Okay, good morning, directors. We have a public hearing to get through first before we get started with committee meetings. So I'm going to read the chair's address and then we'll see if there's any public on the line to speak to this rezoning application. This is a public hearing for proposed Regional District of Okanagan-Similkameen bylaw number 2461.16 2021. The proposed bylaw and related information, including written comments received to date, is available for review on the Regional District's webpage. At this public hearing, all persons wishing to speak will be given an opportunity to do so and are asked to commence their remarks by stating their name and address. Written comments may be submitted before closure of the hearing. Anyone wishing to speak at this public hearing is asked to do one of the following. If you are participating by a computer, please click the raise hand button, which can be found in the participants panel on the right-hand side of your computer screen. This will indicate that you wish to speak. If you are participating by a phone, please press *3 on your phone's keypad. This will also indicate that you wish to speak. Having indicated that you wish to speak, you will then be placed in a queue until you are invited to speak. All speakers will be restricted to a time limit of 5 minutes until everyone who wishes to speak has had an opportunity to do so. Anyone wishing to speak a second time may do so by following the same protocol of selecting the raise hand button on your computer or by pressing *3 on your phone's keypad. To submit written comments, please email them to planning@rdos.bc.ca prior to the close of the public hearing. I will now ask Nikita Ketherpal, Planner 1, to outline the specifics of the proposed bylaw. Please go ahead, Nikita.
Could we please share our screen, Danny?
I think we may need you to speak a bit louder, please.
Oh, Danny, could we please share our screen?
Are you able to hear us?
Yeah, I can hear you a bit better though, Chris. It might be proximity to your microphone.
Go ahead.
Okay. So the purpose of this bylaw amendment is to rezone the subject property located at 5863 Princeton Summerlin Road from resource area to site-specific resource area. The applicant is seeking this amendment in order to allow for campground as a permitted use on the subject property. So this is the site area. The property is approximately 64.6 hectares in area and located approximately 15 kilometers west from the district of Summerlin. This is the applicant's site plan that illustrates the context surrounding the property and the additional lands that are also owned by the applicant. So the electoral area F zoning bylaw defines campground as a parcel of land that's occupied and maintained for temporary accommodation for a maximum of 30 days for the traveling public in tents, tourist cabins, or RVs that are licensed for the current year and have been brought to the site by the traveler. So this is the only addition that's going to be introduced in this amendment. There are no other changes proposed to resource area. So campground was a use that was permitted in the resource area on the subject property up until 2018, and then it was removed when an update of tourist commercial zones was done. And I just wanted to bring to the attention of everyone that if the zoning amendment is approved, the applicant would be required to obtain a campground permit from the RDOS in accordance with the campground regulations bylaw. And that's all.
Okay, great. Thank you very much, Nikita. I now declare the public hearing open and ask if there's anyone who wishes to speak to the proposed bylaw. We'll have a look at the attendee list. Danny, do you see anyone? Okay, I'm going to ask, I see a hand up. Brad Alenko is on the line. Go ahead, please, Brad.
Thank you, Madam Chairperson, and thank you, staff, for the summary of the application. I don't have a lot to say. I don't think there's anybody else on the line regarding the matter, but I just wanted to indicate that this is a replication or a duplication of the process that we went through with the Naramata Benchlands property about a year ago. A very similar situation. The campground use was removed by the RDOS through some bylaw reviews that they did. The owners were not aware of the change because of the number of changes that were being made. There was no requirement to notify the owners, so they weren't. And as such, the zoning was changed and they found out after the fact. So really what this is, it's simply a request to reinstate the campground rezoning that was on the property. Request is not for anything more than what they had. It's just to simply put the campground use back on the property. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Alenko. I'll ask for a second time if there's anybody on the line who wishes to speak to the proposed bylaw. And I'll ask a third and final time if there's anybody on the line who wishes to speak. Danny, do you see anyone? Okay, not seeing anyone further, I declare the public hearing closed at 9:07 a.m. Okay, thank you very much. Okay, directors, before we get started with Planning and Development Committee, I would like to welcome alternate director Richard Barkwell. Welcome, Richard. He is filling in for Director Trainer today. So welcome. Nice seeing you back here again. And we will get started with Planning and Development Committee. I will turn things over to Chair Knodel. Go ahead, please, Chair Knodel.
Thank you, Chair. I'll be looking for a motion to accept the agenda. The Planning and Development Committee moved Director Pendergraft, second Director Bauer. Okay. First item, review of amendment bylaw rezoning application fees. DA O'Neill, will you please enlighten us?
I'll try, Mr. Chair. So fees and charges are always an interesting discussion for local governments. We have a set of planning activities that we have set years and years ago with regards to fees and charges. And we have our departments all working on their 2022 budgets at the current time. So the planning department has indicated that they believe some of their fees and charges could withstand review. And planning is always interesting because it's somewhat growth-based. So the activity at the time somewhat determines how much revenue is going to come in on fees and charges just because of the activity associated with it. Plus, planning applications are becoming more and more complex. There's more regulation around consultation and the public consultation and information that we have to get out. So it's something that we need to do perhaps a more regular review of. But we have 3 applications right now that we want to talk about. And this will be a precursor of budget discussions because planning department will be using the information they get from committee to prepare their 2022 budgets. And it's that mix between how much do we charge applicants and how much do we put on the taxpayer in order to cover the remainder. So, and usually it's a mix. We can't charge any more than the average cost of an application, but certainly the board can set lower fees and then recover the rest of the remainder through taxes. And these all affect our electoral area planning budget, which is all of the electoral areas. So most of them are old. Mr. Garish is going to go through the 3 applications in more detail, but certainly we're not anywhere close to what the cost of these applications are these days. So it's a matter of whether the board will want to shift the onus back on to the applicant rather than the taxpayer, or what sort of a mix you want to see. So at this point, Mr. Chair, we'll get Mr. Garish on to start talking about the application fees for rezoning.
Thank you, CAO Newell. Mr. Garish, please.
We can't hear you, Chris.
Oh, how's that?
Good.
Okay, sure, sorry about that. Just getting my slides up. So further to what the CAO was saying, so this first set of slides is in relation to the amendment bylaw application fee. Amendment bylaws are also known as rezoning, so I might use the shorthand for the presentation here. So really the issue at the moment, and as the CAO said, as we prepare for our budgets, is that in 2020, the advertising allocation in the electoral area planning budget experienced a deficit of approximately $20,000. And going back over what happened that year, it appears that the deficit is primarily attributable to two things. One was the number of planning notices that we had to put into the newspapers in relation to applications for rezoning, as well as projects that the department was doing in relation to bylaw amendments, but also the cost of the newspaper space itself has increased to a point where it's starting to impact our budgets. Fortunately for 2021, through the COVID-19 restart funding, the board did assign an additional $27,400 to assist with advertising in electoral area planning. So that allowed us to restart some of the notifications that we'd had to cease when the deficit became apparent in 2020. And in order to try to tackle this situation, we feel that now is the time to potentially look at the fees that we're charging for rezonings. And going back through the historical records, it appears we've only done one fee review in the past 27 years, and that was in 2003. And I put this table, which is in the report, onto a slide just because I found it interesting to see that from 1986, when at least the first set of fees I could find appeared in the bylaws, we had a practice at that time apparently of reviewing the fees every 2 years, and did that from 86 up to 94, and then appeared to move away from that practice, and as a result, as I just indicated, have only reviewed them once since 94. And of course, a lot has changed in the intervening 18 years, particularly the way we process applications and the requirements for the early and ongoing consultation up front. APCs, PIMs, notices, web pages, social media, all that kind of stuff. So it has, our costs have certainly changed a lot, but the fees have not. So, and then further to what the CAO was saying earlier too, and I've got some repetition in the subsequent slides for the other application fee types, but our ability to charge the fees, as with everything else, is tied back to the Local Government Act. The Act does say that a fee charged for a rezoning application must not exceed the estimated average, and I've underlined that just for emphasis, costs of the processing, inspection, advertising, et cetera, that typically relate to that type of application. So in order to try to determine what our average costs were, we have a processing procedure document that we rely on for applications. And so we went back to that and tried to assign a typical amount of hours that each staff member usually spends on a rezoning application. And then when we tallied it up, the number that we came to is about 48.5 hours. So those, I guess, would be the soft costs for labor. Hard costs, the bulk of what we're seeing is primarily the newspaper notifications. We have statutory requirements that state we have to do 2 newspapers in relation to public hearings. But we also were, because of changes that were implemented in 2016 after a rezoning Kaizen, we were trying to encourage people to engage with us early in the process. And one of the steps that we did was to start notifying new applications in the biweekly ad. So that has a variable cost depending on how many other items are in the ad that week. So it can range from $200 to $500. And then of course, postal charges, yearly increases on that. So I think at the moment we're around $1 an envelope when the postage envelope costs are factored in. And then there are other incidental costs that come with the rezoning applications as well. Venue rentals, travel for staff to attend night meetings out in the community when we're doing in person. Those are a little bit less, obviously, because of the health emergency and our WebEx online meetings, and then occasionally that there's legal services required when we're drafting amendment bylaws or trying to sort through thorny issues on rezoning applications. So end of the day, when we tallied all this up, we came to a figure of around $4,000 as the average cost to process an amendment bylaw application. Obviously, our current fees aren't capturing that. And so in terms of how we think it can be addressed, there's, more or less 3, possibly 4 options available to the board. The first one would be to try to apply a cost recovery approach to the fee itself, in which case we would recommend that if the board wanted to do that, that the fee be increased to $4,000. This would obviously cover all of the hard costs and soft costs more or less being incurred by the regional district. However, the flip side of that is a higher fee could be seen as a hardship for property owners who are seeking relief from a use or density regulation that exists within the zoning that applies to their property that they feel may be impeding or impacting their ability to use their property, and that's certainly a consideration. Option 2 would basically be applying the historical approach, which is to subsidize the cost of the rezoning with the difference made up through requisitions through taxing and corollary planning. We feel under this scenario, possibly a fee of $2,500 would be appropriate. It puts us in line with what some of our comparable regional districts are charging at the moment. Would certainly cover our hard costs in relation to the newspaper notifications and some of the other incidental items I listed off. And then obviously the difference would be made up again through taxation. Third option would be the status quo. We recognize that this is a similar fee structure that we have at the moment to what's applied or used in some of the minimum municipalities, Oliver, Soyuz, Karameas, and Summerland. Again, our concern with this option, though, is that it's not going to cover the hard costs that we're incurring, and that this would likely then require an increase in the advertising allocation within the electoral area planning budget when it comes to the regular planning process. Yeah, so although not listed here, I suppose a fourth option available to the board is some other alternate number. If you're not happy with the 4,000, the 2,500, or the status quo. So at the end of the day, just to sum up, so we are recommending that the rezoning applications be increased to $2,500. We feel that this will cover some of our costs and hopefully keep us out of a deficit in the coming years. So that's it for my presentation. I'm happy to answer any questions that the board may have.
Thank you, Mr. Garish. Any questions from our members? Director Monteith.
To the chair, Chris, are you envisioning any areas that have increased curiosity on zoning changes? Just kind of planning for the future and whether that's considered in the budget process this year. Thanks.
Sorry, if I understand the question, like, are we aware of a particular interest in certain electoral areas about changing specific items going forward, or?
Sorry, just for clarity, just increased interest from landowners considering zoning changes in an area. So I'm just thinking, like, if area I has lots of interest, is the budget increased to compensate for potential, or is it realized the year after? Is it recouped?
Well, I'm just trying to think of what we've been receiving this year in terms of rezoning applications, and there's no real rhyme, no reason to them. I mean, it covers the gamut. We're not really aware of any particular issues in particular electoral areas that would result in an influx of amendment bylaw application processes. And in terms of the change of fees, I mean, we have the additional COVID money to cover us for 2021, so we're hopeful that if the board is agreeable to increase the fees for 2022, that'll keep us out of deficit. But I'm not sure if that's answered the question.
Just on that one, so can I just elaborate on that, Mr. Chair?
Certainly.
Yeah, so on budget, where we don't have an idea, where the where the revenue is variable, and in this case, we have many variables. It could be growth. It could be a specific piece of parcel comes on for development. We use a 3-year rolling average, so we can't project what the development activity is going to be like in a future year, but we can certainly get a good idea of the amount of revenue through previous year's revenue. So, and I could sense Mr. Gary struggling there as to an answer, but we use a 3-year rolling average where we have variable revenue in order to base our planning for the next year on.
Thank you, CA O'Neill. That does clarify some things. Director Bush, please.
Yes, thank you. So the extra taxation portion of the rezoning application, is that tracked to the individual area that it's in?
Mr. Garish, please.
I don't believe so.
So everybody pays the extra.
Yes, if there's
So I'll just add in there too on budget. So this application fee is covered through electoral area planning, which is all of the 9 electoral areas. It's not separated by an individual area.
It would seem to me that it'd be better if it was tracked to a separate area. Because I mean, I believe that they should be paying a portion of their OCP changes too, so not just one landowner.
Yeah, so there's a difference between a fee and a taxation. So if you wanted a specific area to raise more revenue on applications that are coming in, you'd raise the fee so that that applicant would pay more, which would then be attributed back to the specific electoral area. But on a general taxation basis, we have a service established for electoral area planning, and it's all 9 electoral areas, and that is the methodology that we have to use on taxation part.
Thank you. I see a hand from the board. Is that Director Krasakovich, please?
Yes, thank you, Chair Knodel. I just wanted to move the administrative recommendation.
Is there a seconder for that? Director Pendergraft? Are there any further questions at this point? Not seeing any, so let's call the question. All in favor? Any opposed? See none, motion carries. Great, moving along. Item C, review of temporary use permit application fees. CA O'Neill, please.
So same deal. This is about the application fees for temporary use, which in our case is mostly vacation rentals. So we had a big discussion on this 5 or 6 years ago regarding how we were going to administer and enforce the behavior of vacation rentals. And we decided that our only mechanism, or our best mechanism, was a temporary use permit. We don't have the authority to issue business licenses, so temporary use permits is our fallback position. So again, these are becoming more expensive, specifically the notification and the advertising and the consultation parts of it. We did make a change in our procedure bylaw recently where we aren't going to require the same sort of scrutiny for renewals, but we don't have a history on that yet. We don't know what the costs on those are. So we're still recommending the 1 fee for the initial application and the renewal because there are still advertising requirements on that and time required. But we're going to recommend that it go up to 1,250 from the current fee for both of them. And Mr. Garish, I think, wanted to speak on this as well.
Thank you, CA O'Neill. Mr. Garish, please.
Thank you. I've got some slides, but it probably won't take me as long as the last presentation because there is duplication between this discussion and the rezoning fees. So it's basically the same slide that I started with on the last presentation. Obviously, the main difference though is that the review periods for TUPs is slightly different. That said, it has been about 18 years since the principal fee for TUP was last reviewed. We did change the renewal fee in 2013, and that's about the same time that we went down this path of using TUPs for vacation rentals. And the reduced renewal fee, as I recall, was done as an incentive or a way to incentivize people to come in and formalize their vacation rental operation. And when the initial fee of $700 and the renewal fee were taken together and averaged out over a 4-year period, the average annual cost was very similar to what I believe Penticton was charging on an annual basis for vacation rentals through its business licensing option. So we felt we were being consistent with the member municipality that way. So it's been about what, eight years now since these were last looked at, and it's a lot of the same considerations in terms of trying to determine our average costs for a TUP. We basically follow the same steps that we did for the rezoning process and went through our processing procedures manual. The average hours that came up for this one were 32, and the primary difference between this and the rezoning obviously is that after first reading on a rezoning, there's still multiple steps to go, whereas when the board sees a TUP application for the first time, that's it. It's unlikely to have any additional steps after that. So they're both very front-heavy application processes, but TUPs, because there's no additional readings or anything required, our staff time is less. Notification costs are slightly less as well. The biweekly ad is still the same, but under the Act, we're only required to notify once in a newspaper of a board consideration of a TUP. So that's why it's only $320 versus the $840. Also, the size, again, of our newspaper notices, the rezoning is a larger notification requirement than the TUP, which again explains why it's a little bit less on an individual basis. Postal charges are the same, incidental costs are the same. So at the end, when we tallied it all up for a TUP, the average cost that we feel we're incurring is $2,500. Again, very similar options for the board to consider on this one as with the rezoning. So option one would be the cost recovery, and so increase the fee to fully capture what we see as our average costs, which would be $2,500. Again, the considerations are the same. On the benefit side to us is we would be covering our costs, but the negative or the hardship aspect of it is could be seen as detrimental to property owners seeking relief from a zoning regulation. Option two would be to apply the historic, subsidized approach. So instead of going for full cost recovery, we go with a different number. So we're suggesting maybe $1,250 might be appropriate. Again, we feel that this would cover the majority of the hard costs that we're incurring, hopefully some of our soft costs. The difference, though, would have to be made up through the electoral area planning budget. And as the CAO has indicated at my last dot point here, I didn't have space to fully articulate it, but I put an asterisk. So vacation rentals are a bit of a, I guess not an oddball, but a unique consideration in relation to our TUP fees because of the way we use this application type to regulate them. And I know the board in the past did have subsidized rates for the TUPs to try to encourage vacation rental operators to come in. And we also have recently changed our processes, which we're not quite sure how that's going to play out for fees. I think I mentioned in the report that if the board wants to consider an alternate fee structure for vacation rentals, I suppose that's an additional option, but would require more work on our part to come back with options on that. And finally, option three, the status quo. So we would remain with the current fee structure at $700 for an initial, $350 for a renewal. It's very similar to what Oliver and Karamias as member municipalities apply. Again, our concern at the staff level is it's not going to potentially cover all of our hard costs, and that this deficit would have to be made up through the advertising, allocation, and electoral area planning. So our recommendation, again, as I've indicated, is $1,250. I won't go over the reasons. I mean, it's pretty similar to why we made the recommendation for the rezoning application. And that's it. I'm happy to answer any questions the board may have, and I'll stop sharing my screen.
Thank you, Mr. Garish. I do have one concern, is that the application fee, I don't have a problem with it reflecting the cost, but it does strike me as a little odd that the renewal fee would be the same as the initial application. There should be I would think 30% less labor intensity in the renewals. So I'm just seeing a little bit of a problem asking for the same cost for renewal as we do for the initial.
Yeah, we're just suggesting, Mr. Chair, that we give this a bit of a try. We won't get a history on it until after a year. We just changed the consultation process on that. So we'd like to give it a try for a year and just see what the actual impact is.
I see. Any other questions from Director Gettens, please?
Thank you, Chair. I actually would like to move the alternative recommendation for the 2,500 amount. I think that this is the cost of doing business, and with the vacation rentals that we have, there's some good money to be made, and I don't think it's fair that the general taxpayer takes on this cost in the electoral planning budget.
Thank you. Director Holmes?
Yeah, my question.
That was,
sorry?
Director Holmes?
I think that was a motion, Mr. Chair. I could be wrong on that, but I think.
I'll second the motion and ask a question if I may.
All right. Motion seconded. We don't have to call the question right away, do we?
No.
All right, carry on. Your question, please, Director Holmes.
So just looking at the option 2 recommendation versus option 1 in both this one and the previous situation, it kind of assumes the same level of hardship on property owners, whether it's a temporary use permit or rezoning, because that's the basis, I guess, of the subsidy, the logic of the subsidy. And my question is it really the same level of hardship or not for a temporary use permit? So I'm just wondering how you calculate what's the appropriate subsidy for each one.
Assume that would be CEO Newell. Would you care to?
Yeah, we go for a mix, Mr. Chair. So again, we've got an average cost of what these applications would result in, and then we say, especially with the temporary use permit, we only enforce vacation rentals on a complaint basis. So the idea was to incent those that are applying that use to their properties to come in and apply on a proactive basis. And the idea was that if we charge too much, they won't come in and apply. It has to be fair. So this was an average cost split between the applicant and the taxpayer.
Thank you, CEO O'Neill. Director Kazakovich and then Director Coyne.
All right, thank you very much, Chair Knodel. I won't be supporting this motion. I just simply can't. We can't go from $700 to $2,500 for an initial application. All we will succeed in doing is stopping people from applying and coming into compliance with vacation rentals. I feel that we should increase the amount. I'd be looking more at maybe $1,000, but that the renewal should be increased. I would see the renewal at $700 because our first application is generally a year to 18 months. The renewal in most cases is 3 years. So if we break that out as what that would equal annually for the folks, I think that's a much more fair representation of the dollar amount. But $2,500, we'll just see people not bother applying, especially for their first one, knowing that after a year, they may not get renewed again. I think that's a lot of money to put out up front. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Kazakovich. I may be reading something wrong here. I'm seeing 1,250. Is that just the renewal?
That was a blanket cost for a renewal and an initial application. We were recommending one fee.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so it's not 2,500 then. It's just for the point, I agree with.
Motion.
The motion's 25.
The motion is 2,500 though. That's on the floor.
Oh, I see. Okay, thank you. Sorry. Director Coyne, please. Director Bush, please.
So yeah, I agree with the chair. I think this would be too big of an increase. I think we should go with the one that's we got recommended. Thank you.
Director Gettens, is that a leftover hand?
No, Chair, thank you. I just wanted to comment on the 2,500 and the increase, and I recognize that it's an increase and it is a big jump, but I also think that when you look through Airbnb and see what people are charging for their home, it is a business, it's a write-off to the business, and I think if there's a cost of doing business that's also having the impact of depleting our housing market, I think that it's an expensive business all around. It's expensive for taxpayers to find a rental. It's expensive for taxpayers to try and find a home to stay in year round. And that's not happening because Airbnbs are quite lucrative for those who are running them. So I don't believe that the general taxpayer should supplement that. I think that should be on the onus of the business owner. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Gettens. I might add to that, not all TUPs are directed at vacation rentals. So there are other issues there to be looked at. Director Oberick, please.
Yes, and thank you to the chair. I think a lot of care is required here. We are talking about enforcement on the one hand, compliance, and then a fair fee. So three different things. I agree with Director Gettens. I think, people should pay what it costs, especially in business. They make the profit, they don't share the profit back. When we're dealing with vacation rentals, and I do agree with Director Knodel that not all TUPs are vacation rentals, and maybe there needs to be some attention to that as a separate category, as the CAO has commented upon. Vacation rentals, the Advisory Planning Commission from Area D recommended a review. I'm going to speak to this as strategic planning to get it on the list for next year. In Quebec City at the FCM conference in 2019, there was a wonderful workshop that illustrated how Airbnbs are really having a really harsh impact on housing. Quebec City was given as an example. It had something like 37 permits for Airbnbs. The website had something like 27,000 registered uses. This speaks to enforcement. And we have to think about enforcement because lowering the fees because we're afraid people aren't going to follow the rules isn't, I don't think, the best approach. I think enforcement for those who don't follow the rules makes a little more sense. Make it because when I recall the Caledon application where we heard a man who was a retired policeman, the wife was a lawyer practicing in Alberta, and they seem to suggest to this board that if they follow the rules, then they should get a permit. It's like saying to a traffic officer, I didn't commit murder, so you shouldn't give me a speeding ticket. The fact that you didn't break the law is not a reason why you should be getting an advantage elsewhere. So I think there's a real awkward balance here. Enforcement is an issue, and we may need to revisit our vacation rental bylaw. It's 8 years old. We're not keeping up with the times. I can tell you we have a housing crisis. I think Penticton has some homeless people. They might be aware of the issue. It's across the country. And these Airbnbs, they change the character of a neighborhood. They are businesses. When you have out of area purchasers buying because they can make 4 and 5 times the revenue that they're making on the residential rental market, this pushes rents way high. It's good for landlords because their real estate explodes in value. They make a lot of money. But for the children of those landlords who have to pay rent somewhere, not so good. So this is, I think, when we get into the vacation rentals, there's a real concern here and confusing enforcement with compliance. I think the taxpayer deserves to have some of these costs paid by the people who are benefiting and not subsidizing. So I agree with Director Gettens. Those are my reasons. I know they may have been a lot of information there, but I want to encourage this board to think about it. I will be bringing it back as strategic planning. For Area D, this is a really big issue, really big issue. We appreciate tourist accommodation is in shortfall. We want to get the balance right. We want to do a better job. And I think this fee increase, when I look at no change in, I don't know, 17, 18 years, that begs a different question. Why are we not increasing our fees, keeping up with costs? Business people do it all the time. They increase their, I mean, McDonald's does it, Walmart, everybody does it. So I think we've put ourselves in a tough spot here by not paying attention to these costs and passing them on to the proper payer. So I thank you all for listening. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Olbrich. See a hand from the RDOS Board. Director Kovzekovich, please.
Thank you, Chair Knodel. I don't believe that increasing the fee to $2,500 is going to free up the housing market for long-term rentals, if that's what people are referring to. It is going to cause some people to not bother to apply, and that's going to increase the workload and expense in our bylaw enforcement department. So right now we are receiving lists of complaints of folks that do not have temporary use permits in place for vacation rentals. And letters are going out to those homeowners, and they are now coming in and applying to get those TUPs. If we're going to almost quadruple the price, it may turn some of them off, it may not. But the point is, we want people to apply, we want people to come into compliance so we know who is operating vacation rentals so that we can enforce easier. If there's no TUP in place, enforcement is extremely difficult, which has been proven through the lawsuit that we lost 10 years ago, 2012. And, you know, so I think more work needs to be done on this. I don't think we're ready to vote through $2,500, $1,250, or an increase on both the first application and the second. So I'm making a motion to defer this and bring it back, have staff do some more research and bring it back to, if possible, the October 8th meeting so that we can give it greater consideration.
We have a motion on the floor already. I think we have to handle that one before we.
No, it's a motion to postpone.
No, yeah. It's the motion to postpone now.
Okay.
Just need a seconder.
Yeah, I assume Director Bush is seconding. Thank you. Any other questions at this point, Director Olbrich?
Yes, thank
no.
you to the chair.
Sorry, Director Knodel, there's no further discussion when a motion to postpone has been seconded. You just call the question.
Okay, sorry. Procedurally, I'll get this straight sooner or later. All right. All in favor? Any opposed? See 1, 2. I'm seeing two opposed, Director Bauer and Director Barkhill. Any others? Motion carries. Thank you. Moving on. Item D, review of subdivision referral fees. CEO Newell, please.
Same deal, Mr. Chair. This is about going back and reviewing what we're charging for subdivision applications. And we have a menu of fees here because they are so different depending on if there are services that apply to a subdivision application as opposed to those that are just a lot line adjustment sort of thing. So we'll get Mr. Garish to go through his presentation on this one. Although, Chris, can you just like hit the high points and not go into the options and stuff? The board can read the reports. Just hit the high points.
Okay, will do.
Go ahead, Mr. Garish.
Thank you. Just get the screen up and I'll yeah, so I mean, so the issue, just for the board's benefit, that the fees we're currently charging property owners who are subdividing when we're responding to referrals from MOT, we have a concern at the staff level that when there's more than 2 parcels being proposed, that the fee structure that we have in place at the moment may not be reflective, again, of the average costs that are being incurred by the regional entities. It's an escalating scale that we use, so the more lots you're proposing, the higher your fee is going to be. And so I've got some examples here recently. So we have an 8-lot subdivision that generated a $4,000, well, $3,900 fee, a 12-lot subdivision that generated a $5,400 fee, and then a 17-lot subdivision that came in just under $9,000, which is interesting when you think about the discussions we just had, particularly in relation to rezoning fees. So background, again, all I'll say here is that we do have previous direction from 2006 from the board when they reviewed the fees at that time to do it on a fee for service basis, which I understand to be cost recovery. So that's why in this instance, the recommendations in your report support full cost recovery on our time spent on subdivision referrals. Again, just for the board's benefit, again, a similar process. Our estimation is we're spending 9 to 13 hours of staff time. MOT subdivision referrals, I know the board doesn't see these. So I'll just say that there's no consultation notification requirements with these. So we have no hard costs like we do with the other types that we just discussed. So it's really just staff time, and it's really just going through a checklist. And so 9 to 13 hours, regardless of how many parcels are involved, is generally what it takes us to process these. That's between $700 to $1,000 in cost. So we're recommending that the per parcel fee be switched out for per service area fee, because that's really where the extra costs come in for us. You know, if it's a standard subdivision and you're not in a water service area, you're not in one of our sewer service areas, it's very easy for us to respond to the ministry on these. If you are, say, for instance, in the OK Falls sewer, well, then it is going to require a bit more staff time now with engineering and operations staff input and reviewing what might be required for that subdivision in terms of connection, et cetera. So we feel that warrants an additional $500 fee, and that's how we feel that the fee structure should be based. So I'll stop there, and happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Garish. Any questions? Seeing none, would anyone like to make the administrative recommendation, please? Director Kazakovich and Director Bush seconding. Calling the question, all in favor? Opposed? I see none. Motion carries. Thank you kindly. Moving on. Item E, landscape security review. CA O'Neill, please.
We have a requirement in the development procedures bylaw, Mr. Chair, to charge landscaping fees for anything over $25,000. And what we've ended up with is a whole bunch of deposits that have been sitting with us for, in some cases, over a decade. And most of them are sort of minor in nature. They're from 5,000 to 6,000 is sort of the average. And what we do is require a qualified professional to determine for us what's required as far as landscaping. It's usually a RAR issue or a watercourse development permit issue, something like that. And then after they've done the landscaping, we require this qualified professional to make sure that they've actually carried out what the recommendation was. And I think developers or those making subdivisions just take it as a business expense not to do the landscaping because it's so minor in nature, and to get a qualified environmental professional to come in and review that for them is probably costing more than the actual deposit they have with the regional district. So, or in other cases, it's so minor. Sometimes it's a matter of only a couple $100. They just leave it. They don't go through the process of coming to get it back. So we're recommending, first of all, that we take that requirement out of the development procedures bylaw, and that we refund all of these deposits if we can find, going back historically, if we can find them, refund these deposits to those developers that have them on register with us. We've got some of these back to 2005 that people have just never reclaimed. So that is the recommendation, Mr. Chair, is that we introduce this minimum of 25,000 and that we go ahead and refund those that are under that threshold.
Thank you, CAO Newell. Are there any questions at this point? Seeing any, would anyone like to make the administrative recommendation? Director Obrick, do we have a seconder? Director Bush Senior, or pardon me, Director Coyne Senior. All in favor? Any opposed? Seeing none, motion carries. Moving on. Item F, South Okanagan zoning bylaw project review of landscaping regulations. CAO Newell?
So we're getting close. We've been working on this consolidation of the Okanagan zoning bylaws for a long time now. And you have the residential component on the board agenda later on this morning. And that's sort of the biggest one left outstanding. What we'd like to do is not include regulations with regards to landscaping. We think we've got those covered through other mechanisms, either through development permits or form and character permits. So what we're doing is just sort of testing the board to see if you're all right with that. And what we're recommending is that these landscaping requirements for screening not be included in the electoral area zoning bylaw.
Thank you, CAO Newell. Any questions on this one? Seeing none, is there a move for the administrative recommendation, please? I'll move the administrative recommendation. Is there a seconder? Director Bauer, please. Calling a question, all in favor? Any opposed? Seeing none, motion carries. Moving on. Removal of advisory planning commission members for non-attendance. CAO Newell, please.
Yeah, so the board is responsible for appointing members to the advisory planning commissions. And we usually do that at the start of a term. And we've got that covered in the advisory planning commission bylaw, but we don't have rules around removing members. And there was a motion at the board table a while ago asking us to give that some consideration. So when Mr. Garish was doing his research, he indicated that there are rules in the Local Government Act for elected officials. And that is 60 consecutive days or absent for 4 consecutive meetings. And that's grounds for removal. In looking at the removal of a member from a commission, he relied on that information that was in the act. And so, I mean, really, a board can remove a member of a commission at any time. They certainly have that authority. But if it's just for non-attendance, I believe the request was based on just putting that out in front of people before they sign on for a commission, so that they know that there's an expectation they'll attend on a regular basis. So our recommendation, Mr. Chair, is that if there's a continuous absent for 3 consecutive meetings, that their appointment can be rescinded by the board. It would still have to come to the board, but that would be the grounds for it. And then, of course, there's always cases where there's a good reason for people to be missing meetings, and that discretion would stay with the board as well. And certainly there'd be input from the electoral area director into that recommendation. So that is our recommendation for removal, Mr. Chair, is 3 consecutive meetings.
Thank you. Yeah, I think this is a good one. Any questions at this point? Director Coyne Sr.
Yeah, so I have 2 members on my APC that cannot attend WebEx meetings due to technical issues. So this would eliminate them, or potentially eliminate them. And I'm totally not in favor of that, because when this is over with, they have great input to our APC under normal conditions. But all the while that we're doing electronic meetings, it eliminates, could eliminate other rural areas that don't have the technological abilities. So I would not support that.
Just a quick counter to CA O'Neill. Would that not count as a unavoidable reason?
That would probably be an unavoidable reason.
Okay. Director Gettens and then Director Obrick.
Thanks, Chair. I'd like to move the administrative recommendation, and just with thanks to the staff. I think this is a great way to help. We have a bit of a problem. Not a problem. It's a difficulty similar to what Director Coyne just said too, about inability to come, but it's impacting our quorum and impacting us doing business. So I'd like to move the administrative recommendation, please.
Are you seconding that, Director Obrick, or are you still looking for? Okay, very good. I don't see any other questions. RDOS Board, is that a question?
Oh, thank you, Chair Knoll. I was just going to say that, you know, while we can remove an individual anytime we want, but I think what this does is it gives direction to the APC chair and APC members that this is an expectation, and if you miss 3 times, you will be removed. So I think it just provides more clarification to the APC members that we have a policy in writing. Thank you.
Director Kozakovich. Director Obrick, was that a question?
Yes, I was still waiting. Thank you very much. Thank you to the chair. Just wanted to add a few comments. I support the motion, and in Area D, we've had exactly the issues that Director Coyne has referenced and Director Gettens has. It interferes with quorum. We have had illness, but we've had problems with WebEx attendance due to connectivity and technical problems. So I think the motion and the administrative recommendation are excellent. I just wanted to add a comment. And my questions have been answered that I did have, but my comment is what we've done in Area D is because of quorum issues is we've invited some of our members who were ill, one with COVID, one with cancer, and so on. We've invited resignations so we can get our quorum in order. And of course, my understanding is we can reappoint those people at a different time, maybe when COVID is over and we can have meetings again. It has been a real challenge, and it's a quorum challenge that we were facing specifically. And in terms of the 3 consecutive meetings, I think the chair makes a good point. I can say the members in the Area D commission, they all want to be there, and they understand the significance. And if they don't want to be, they just resign. That's not the problem. But our difficulty has been since COVID, and it's been quorum, and this appears to give each director, each electoral area director, like Director Coyne, for example, an option that didn't exist before. So I don't think he has to, and maybe that's my question. He doesn't have to have the person removed, but it gives a mechanism if there's a difficulty. So is my understanding correctly? He doesn't have to remove them. It just gives him a tool he doesn't have presently. Would that be correct? Thank you.
CEO, no, would you care to answer that, please?
Yeah. Area directors to identify if there are unavoidable reasons.
I do have a question on that. If someone is on a leave due to an unavoidable issue, does that still affect the quorum?
Yes, because it's based on the number appointed.
Thank you very much.
So you need a majority.
Thank you. Director, please.
Or do you?
Is that me?
Mr. Chair, can we get an opinion from Ms. Malden on that? It seems to me that we just base the quorum on those in attendance, not those appointed. So let's get a second opinion on that.
Ms. Malden, please.
So the quorum is based on the number in the bylaw. So it is of those that are appointed. So if you have 15 appointed and you have 6 show up, you don't have quorum.
Fair enough. Thank you. That clarifies an issue that I've had. Director Gettens, please.
Thank you. So the chair, just along the same lines of that question, the chair of the APC in Area F, he's also a chair of a nonprofit organization, and he has in his constitutional bylaw that from time to time the chair can determine quorum based on attendance. So he recommended that. He's wondering, and I'm wondering if we can do this under the Local Government Act, if under the terms of reference, we can have the attendance by at least half, excuse me, of the OCP Citizens Committee members will be considered quorum, replaced with the chair may from time to time fix the quorum necessary to transact business, and unless so fixed, the quorum shall be at least half of the OCP Citizens Committee members. Is that possible under the Local Government Act? Given if we're allowing, not allowing, but if we're accommodating people that aren't able to come for a few months, especially with a smaller APC, that could really impact our quorum. So are we able to do something like that within our bylaws? Thank you.
Ms. Malden?
That wouldn't seem to fit within our legislation and our procedure bylaw. If the standard is quorum for the board committees, I wouldn't see it deviating. Particularly if it happens on a regular basis. So I would say in accordance with our established policies, that wouldn't be reasonable.
Thank you, Ms. Malden.
Just sorry, as a follow-up, Chair?
Yes.
Then I'm not sure if we're really resolving the issue, because if we have a smaller APC, for example, in Area F, and we have 2 members who aren't able to attend due to, they aren't able to attend with electronic meetings, then we're still going to struggle with the quorum issue with a smaller APC if we permit short-term leaves, but they still count as quorum. So can we not look at our policy to address that, or is that something that's beyond the scope of this table to look at?
Ms. Malden?
So what could probably be looked at, what might be the most efficient way of dealing with it is, if quorum is currently half or the majority, to consider dropping that quorum number by 1 or 2 so that it is manageable. So if you had 15 and your required quorum was 8, you dropped it to 6, would that accommodate, or do you have like less than that showing up? Do you know, I guess it all comes back to the attendance and the buy-in on that committee.
So sorry, just a follow-up, do you mind, Chair?
Yes, Director Gettens.
So maybe by putting the power into the chair of the APC from time to time to adjust the quorum number and put that number in the minutes, that might be able to accommodate, just because I know every APC is so different across the region and we all have different numbers. But for the smaller APCs, I don't know if we're really helping them get business by putting in a specific number.
Ms. Malden?
Mr. Chair, if that's the way we want to go, we may need a more detailed look at this. Right now, we have a cascading system whereby we follow the rules of the Act first, and and the Act requires us to set a procedure bylaw, so we follow any other rules in there, and then the procedure bylaw says if it's not identified if a rule is not identified, we follow Robert's Rules of Order. So we go Act, Procedure, Bylaw, Robert's Rules. You know, and there is that difference between quorum and majority. So if we want to vary from what we do with all of our other bodies, whether it's the board or a commission, we should take a deeper look at that.
Director Obrick, is that a motion you'd like to make, sir?
Well, I wanted to comment first, and I'll leave the motion to someone else. I think that's an excellent suggestion, so I'm not against it. But I would like to speak to what I've been hearing, and I think I have 3 points. The first is I appreciate where Director Gettens is going, but giving that kind of discretion to the chair is, I think, not workable and not proper. Number 2, what we've done in Area D, because we've dealt with this, is we've had our members resign. It just literally gets our appointed number down, which means our quorum is lower, and it works. We can reappoint those members, and that's functional, and it works, and it helps us through COVID. It helps us through the technological problems of COVID. And the third point, and this is the one I don't know the answer to, and hopefully Legislative Service Manager can help us, but I think if we can amend our procedure bylaw, as CAO has just mentioned, and we can lower our quorum. And right now the bylaw for Area D, we have a maximum 12. So our quorum is half plus 1. That means 7 if you have 12. But if we lower the quorum to a third of those appointed, then on a 12 appointment, 4 would be a quorum. Now, majority vote of 4, well, 2 and 2 is a tie, so you can deal with that as well. But in terms of quorum, if we can amend our bylaw and it's consistent with the Local Government Act in terms of quorum, then maybe the suggestion, which I've heard earlier, of lowering our quorum from the current to 1 or 2 less, that may give Director Gettens exactly the flexibility her chair needs, because quorum, I've been on the APC for a long time before I was elected. I've been to a lot of meetings. I can tell you our quorum troubles are not what they normally were. That this is really a COVID issue, and the APC meetings have been more difficult because of COVID. Some we didn't even have because of COVID. So from a functional perspective, I do support the suggestion. Now that I've talked this much, I don't know if it's appropriate to make the motion now that the chair was asking me, was I prepared to make, but is it appropriate at this time, or do we deal with this and then make that a separate motion later?
I believe we should make a motion to defer and have staff look into this.
Okay, I see your point. So I'll make the motion to postpone, and perhaps we can get some thoughts to those ideas arising. I think it's been a tremendously positive and good debate and discussion, and I do agree that there may be benefit of having it looked at a little more. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Director Obrick. Director Coyne, are you seconding that motion? Very good. We have motion on the floor. I don't see any other questions at this point, so let's call the question. All in favor? Any opposed? Director Bauer opposed. Any other opposed? Seeing none, motion carries. With that, our time together is coming to an end. Can we see a motion to thank you,
Director Canole,
Go ahead.
Director Canole, we can keep going. We haven't hit your time allotment yet.
We have a couple more issues,
So,
Chair Knoll.
Let's keep going if we can.
Fair
please.
enough. Okay. I thought we'd all hit our time, but all right. Item H, mobile homes and electoral area zoning bylaws. Director.
So we had a recommendation from.
Sorry, go ahead.
We had a recommendation from the Board of Variance back in April that we look at our mobile homes policy, And the reason is because we have different rules than the ALC does for mobile homes in rural areas. So their recommendation was that we bring some consistency to this. Our problem is the ALC keeps changing their rules, and we're trying to track that, but they made they indicated another change in July that by the end of this year, they were again changing their rules for mobile homes in electoral areas. So we're recommending right now that we have other more significant issues on the planning docket, Mr. Chair. So we're just recommending that we leave this issue of the mobile homes in rural areas to a future time, and that we deny that request.
Thank you. Any questions? Anyone? Director Zakovich, please.
Thank you. I just have a question with the Board of Variance. Are we still only sitting at 2 members? Or have we replaced with a 3rd member to the BOV?
I'd have to ask Mr. Garish.
Yes, Mr. Garish.
Sure, thank you. So yes, we're still at 2 members at the moment. I believe we put out advertising requesting interested people to submit to us, and we have a list, but I apologize, I haven't had a chance to go through it and bring forward a replacement option for the board to consider.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Director Olbrich and then Director Coyne.
Yes, thank you to the chair. And perhaps this is something for strategic planning. I agree with the idea that it would be good for all concerned if we had consistency between our bylaws and the ALC. It just seems like a tremendous waste of time and money, taxpayer money, when we have inconsistency and confusion. The applicants have confusion. There's a lack of certainty. And so the question is, could we look at not just getting our rules consistent with the ALC, but perhaps we could incorporate an override, a paramountcy provision, whereby if there is inconsistency, the ALC ruling is the one that governs, and that could be drafted in such a way on a go-forward basis, because I appreciate the challenge to staff. If the ALC changes the rules every once in a while, we can't keep up. But if we have the override in, then what happens is staff get notice of that change, and they can say to a community member who's applying, this is the ALC rule. Our rule says the ALC rule governs when there's an inconsistency. And by such a mechanism, we could just save staff a lot of work, save community members a lot of frustration, save ALC some discomfort. And in the end result, I think that's the right way to go. Why would we want to have inconsistent rules to people go on a runaround where they think they're approved and then they're not approved by one or the other agency? It just doesn't seem to make sense. From the ALC perspective, it may be difficult to influence them on changing the rules the way we want them. But if we don't have authority over the ALC, I guess all we can do is try, when we have a good reason, to persuade them to change the rule in the direction. And if there's a good reason, I would assume the ALC would act in good faith and they would consider a good request for a good reason. So that's my question. Could we consider that? And maybe, as I said, that's a strategic planning item. But since we're talking today, I thought I'd mention it because I've talked to staff about this in the past. Joanne Peachy, planner, as she then was when she was with us. And it's just something I think if I throw it out there for the whole board to consider by the time we get to strategic planning, and maybe when it comes back, it's just a seed that might grow, and we get some harvest off that idea. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Olbrich. CEO Noel, would you care to comment on that?
Well, we look at applications through a different lens. the Agricultural Land Commission has a specific mandate to protect agricultural land. We look at it from more of a land use perspective, taking into effect aesthetic values and other issues. So we have a number of different perspectives in the ALC in our OCPs and zoning bylaws, just on a policy basis. So I don't see that ever happening, really, where we'll always be consistent with the ALC. In fact, in a lot of circumstances, we don't like the ALC. So, you know, I just think in this case, Mr. Chair, we have it wasn't that long ago that we reviewed the mobile home policy, and we just have other issues. We got a lot of big projects, and obviously the development counter is very busy these days. It just doesn't seem to be something that would hit the top of our priority list.
Thank you, CEO O'Neill. Is there a question or comment from Director Kozakovich?
Oh, I think it was Director Coyne before me.
Yes, I believe he was. Sorry. Director Coyne?
So does that, I'm a little bit confused here. Would we just stop all applications that are in process for mobile homes, or if somebody comes in, we just going to tell them, well, we're not going to deal with that for now? I just kind of don't quite know where this would lead. That's my problem.
CEO O'Neill, please.
On a process question, Mr. Chair, I'll defer to Mr. Garish.
Thank you. Mr. Garish?
Sure. So in relation to Agricultural Land Commission referrals, we'll keep processing those. I think the Board of Variance's concern was that because of the direction set by the board in 2016 in relation to mobile homes, and that there be a minimum 4 hectare parcel size requirement, the application they saw was somebody who placed a mobile home on a sub 4 hectare parcel, and the Board of Variance, you know, I guess was raising concerns with that requirement, and noted that the ALC didn't have that same 4 hectare requirement, so that the board might want to think about, you know, marrying the two up. But as the CEO has said, I mean, the Land Commission keeps changing their approach to accessory dwellings. So we do have a generic statement in the zoning bylaws that say, despite what we allow, there still may be a requirement for a property owner to seek ALC approval, and to, you know, we encourage them to touch base with the commission in those instances. And, you know, just as an aside, with the changes the commission has announced, even though they supported the board's amendments to the bylaws in the ag zones to increase the floor area of accessory dwelling units to 125 square meters, with the new ALC regs in December, they're only supporting 90 square meters, which is the old building code standard. So we've already got a disconnect there. I'm not sure to what degree we want to take ours back down to 90 square meters. I mean, if the board puts this on as a 2022 project, I mean, we can certainly look at it.
Thank you, Mr. Garish. Director Kozakovich, please.
Yes, I just wanted to move the administrative recommendation.
Seconded by Director Robinson. Are there any other questions? Director Olbrich?
Yes, thank you to the chair. The Board of Variance, if I'm understanding it correctly, and I don't know all the times it applies, but they can make a decision that's totally different from our rules. And so for some cases, usually hardship, I understand people can go there, and our rules aren't binding on them anyway. Is that understanding correct?
Our rules are binding. They have to follow our bylaws. They may have a different opinion than the board would have, but they have to follow the bylaw.
Thank you. Does that, I assume that answers your question, Director Olbrich?
I'm still having confusion, but I'll speak with staff off the board table. I just don't fully understand the Board of Variance and how it works with respect to, you know, clearly they've put a recommendation forth for a reason, and I'm not fully understanding it. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Seeing no other questions, let's call the question. All in favor? Any opposed? Motion carries. Very good. We have a little time.
Now
again.
we're over time.
Yeah, we're over time. Should we carry on? Director Kozakovich?
What do you think, CAO? We have one more item on there. If we're able to knock that off quickly, that would be great. I hope we can. Director Obrick, I saw a hand up, but I'm not running this. I'll just put it back
Thank you.
to Director Canodal. If we could try and get through this one, that would be great. So I'll turn it back to you.
Thank you. CAO Noel, would you like to do the preamble, please?
Yeah, so we've had a number of discussions about the number of cannabis retail outlets in Okanagan Falls and the community view of putting a restriction on that. The cannabis applications go to the Liquor Control Board. They're not ours. We're a referral agency in that chain. And we really, I mean, the Liquor Control Board can't refuse to accept an application. They have to refer it to us. The catch point is that they now require a comment back from a local government before they will approve an application for a retail outlet. So and the board does have the authority to delegate those types of decisions to staff. So what we've come back with then is, I mean, we could simply put a policy in place saying we'll always respond, just no comment if there's an application for a cannabis retail outlet in Okanagan Falls, and see how that works. So that's the recommendation. And just a caveat on that, even if we make a staff decision and say no comment, an applicant always has the right to appeal to the board of directors, right? There has to be an appeal to any sort of an administrative decision. So there is always that. So you may still end up seeing some of these in the future if you approve this policy, but that is the only mechanism we can see where we could deal with it administratively. So we're recommending that we just adopt this policy that's attached to the report, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, CAO Newell. Director Obrick?
Right, and thank you very much to the chair and to the CAO. The CAO answered my question. The motion was for a moratorium, and this is a hybrid. It's not a moratorium insofar as there's an appeal back to the board, which brings us back into a potential case-by-case process. Is my understanding correct?
CAO Newell?
That would be correct. Yeah.
Director Obrick?
The challenge I have is it's not a moratorium, but it is a partway process. The fear I have is that it causes confusion. I think what applicants are going to hear is that there's a no comment, but you have a right to appeal. It'll make the process slower. It'll still cost staff time and community taxpayers time to deal with something as we're waiting for the bylaw review process to conclude. The goal was a moratorium, and this is a one step slightly closer. I think today I just want to make a motion to postpone because I'm not satisfied with the lack of. When I read the report, I was hopeful we were getting closer.
You need a motion on the floor and then you can postpone.
Say that again.
Motion on the floor and then postpone. Got it. So.
You'd like to move the recommended motion?
Yeah, I really don't, but I don't want to do the alternative either. That's my challenge. So I'll I'll make the administrative recommendation to in the spirit of trying to get this moved on, and then after it's seconded, I'll make the motion to postpone.
All right, seconder, Director Pendergraft. Question, comment? You don't want me to call a question, do you?
No, I would want to make the motion to postpone, please. I'm sorry if I didn't make that clear.
Okay, is there a seconder on that? Director Bush, I assume? Very good. All in favor? Opposed? Director Bauer, Director Holmes. And I don't see any others opposed, so.
Yeah, no, there's more. Hang on. There's Director Barkwell, Director Spencer Coyne, Director McCordoff. Anybody else?
I can't.
We have Director Holmes. Ms. Malden, do you have all of those?
I have 5: Bauer, Holmes, Barkwell, Director Coyne, Spencer, and Director McCordoff.
Was there anyone else? Okay.
At that point, I haven't got a count on that.
Motion would carry.
Motion carries then. All right, we've made it. We're here. Motion. Director Bush, seconder, please. Director Pendergraft, all in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you kindly.
Okay, well done, Chair Knodel. Thank you. Folks, we're a little bit behind. We're gonna get moving here on Corporate Services Committee. Have a look at your agenda. I'm looking for a motion to approve as presented. Director Getton, seconded by Director Spencer Coyne. I'll call the question. All in favor? Anybody opposed? Thank you. Motion carries. We'll go to the first item, Community Champions Update for information only, CAO.
We sometimes have challenges communicating with residents in some of our rural areas, Madam Chair. So Legislative Services has been looking at some innovative ways in order to promote that, and Ms. Malden has a presentation on this.
Okay, go ahead, Ms. Malden.
Thanks very much. I'll keep it really brief because I know we're short for time. Just an update to the board to let you know how we're making out with this Community Champion Initiative. So we do have people that we're engaging in some of the really smaller communities. They're coming on board under terms of reference, so it's very clear as to what their role would be. And our goal is to have them engage in the day-to-day and more emergent issues of the regional district and share them in their communities in various ways. We saw through our citizen survey, our mini citizen survey, that we did sort of the offshoot, and we'll have the results to the board on that, but we saw resoundingly that there is a need for this kind of program and that people in those rural areas are just not getting the information they need. So we would like to do it in a way that is appealing to them. And so we're signing up citizens in those communities. What we want is for them to help everybody get onto Voyant. That's our new system that we're going to be using, and that's with telephone, text, and voicemail, email. And we're enlisting the fire chiefs and the fire departments in each of those smaller communities. We have Willowbrook. We've visited a few times there, and they're definitely on side with making sure that this information is posted and people know to go to them if there's any issues, that might be emerging, to look there for information. Part of this will be, and again, and this is a later discussion, is bulletin board identification and installation. So this is a discussion that we'll have to have with respect to each area and budget. We're working with community services right now on seeing if we can piggyback on some of those existing bulletin boards that are out there. Of course, there's always an ongoing maintenance cost, so we would like to identify that and then come back out to the board to give some ideas on where we could do this. And with this community champion group, what we'd like to do as well is, in conjunction with our citizen survey, in whichever way that we decide to go forward with that next year, this group we think would offer great insight as a panel. So putting them together once a year and just asking them some specific questions on communications in those rural areas. We think that there's a real value in the input that they can provide us on this. So as this program develops, we're mapping it out. So we'll have a large map here in the area with all of those small areas and a contact person and hopefully a bulletin board or location where information can be posted. So we'll happily share more information as it develops. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Ms. Malden. Are there any questions or comments? Yes, Director Gittins, go ahead, please.
Thank you, Chair. I know that we're in a rush or trying to make up for time, but thank you so much to this team. I think that's such a great approach, and I think trying to figure out how to communicate best for the citizens, given how big our area is, I just really appreciate the efforts. So thank you, and I'm looking forward to seeing more.
Okay, thank you very much. Director Obrick, go ahead.
Yes, thank you to the chair. And I want to echo what Director Gittins just said. This initiative and this effort is much appreciated and applauded. Thank you very, very, very much to staff. Area D, we have a lot of issues with connectivity, both internet and cell phone. It repeats through the system. We're, I think, at 67% of our properties have connectivity internet-wise. The national government standard 90%, we fall far short. We have people who have internet who don't like to use the internet, and that's another issue. So this initiative, it's important. One of the things I hear from Upper Carmi through Heritage Hills to Vassal Lake to McLean Creek Road is disappointment in receiving information. And I think sometimes the reason is because the communication when you do it one way, you don't get through to everybody. So I really applaud the work and of course the comment that communities are diverse in their communication needs, and you can't limit it to one way if you want to get successful communication. So I just really appreciate this. Wanted to say thank you. I don't know about the other electoral areas, but I know we have a lot of concerns in Area D, and this is a very good step. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Director Obrick. Anybody else with a comment or question? Okay, not seeing any, so thank you for that, Ms. Malden. So we look forward to more updates on the Community Champion Program. That'll take us to the last item on corporate services is the 2021 Risk Register, CAO.
Thanks, Madam Chair. I'm just going to get Mr. Francisco to bring up the risk register. I'm not sure it really copied that well out with the agendas. So what I want to do today is just talk about the 4 highest rated risks that the regional district faces based on our rating, based on proper probability and impact, and talk about what we see as possible mitigation strategies, and then talk about whether that reduces our rating of risk or not. So these 4 ones, 4 top ones, I mean, the first one would be no surprise. Our biggest risk is natural or person-caused emergency or disasters. And nothing that we do is going to impact the probability that those will happen for us or the impact to our citizens. We know from years now of experience during each calendar year that these events are growing more egregious and they're lasting longer. And our job then is to be prepared and be able to respond. So our mitigation activities are centered around making sure that we have trained people that are able to attend at the Emergency Operations Center, and that we can sustain that for long periods of time. And we have an ambitious training program. We've made a lot of headway about extending the resources required to staff those EOCs by going out to our member municipalities. We've had a great partnership, especially in 2021, and getting more volunteers that are willing to come in from other organizations to help us in the EOC. And we're going to continue to work on that through the CAO group as well. So when we look at the rating, will the probability of an event happening change? Not in our mind. And will the impact of these events be reduced? And not in our mind. So we see the rating of, and again, the highest rating on this, because it's a safety issue, would be 25. So we still see a red rating of 20 on the extended natural and person-caused emergencies or disasters. So our mitigation activities are being directed at being more prepared, Madam Chair. So no change on that. We do see the possibility through mitigative action of increasing the remaining 3. Our second one was an opportunity. We see that, I mean, this all goes to roles, definition, and sort of that which hat are we wearing type, and not just for member municipalities, but for electoral area directors as well, is that how do we concentrate decision making based on a regional perspective rather than local. And our intent is to have a much more thorough discussion on this at the legislative workshop on November 4th, and to put that out to board members to come up with a direction on that. So through that and through a discussion on role clarity, and we think we can probably do a better job on our administrative reports about pointing out the impacts of regional versus local thinking. And in that way, we think that the impact on the organization or on our regional citizens can be reduced down to a moderate threat through addressing that opportunity. So we've got it going down from a 16 to a 9, and that the probability of any significant problem or impact can be reduced that way. So you see we've reduced the probability from a 4, cross out in the wrong space there, from a 4 to a 3, and that really from a productivity point of view, it would go down to a 3, which is that 9 rating. The third one, of course, results from that 2020 cyber attack that we experienced, and then the information services assessment and that forensic audit that came out of that event. And based on what we've been told by the experts, that these are going to occur in the future. It's not a matter of if, it's just when, and then how we can be prepared to mitigate those, to reduce the impact of them. So where we had that rated at a 16 initially, we think that by implementing a very robust set of recommendations out of that information services assessment that we got earlier this year, and the forensic assessment, and the improvements that we're making based on those, even some of the improvements that we've made technologically through addressing the pandemic, is that we can reduce that down to a moderate threat, down to an 8. Not that we can reduce the number of attempts, but we can reduce the probability of them being successful and of the impact. And frankly, we know we can transfer part of our risk to our insurance company, which was very helpful during the 2020 event. And then the fourth one was this problem that we see arising with a deteriorating provincial responsiveness, and the time that it takes us on any sort of an application for a permit, or to address issues on provincial lands, or anything to do with provincial response. It just really slows us down, and in some case detracts from our ability to produce goals or objectives that the board sets out for us. So the only mitigative action we could come up with on that was to just continue advocating with the province to address what we believe is a capacity issue, the same as we're facing capacity issues the provincial government is too. And they have a huge bureaucracy, and coordinating discussions even between ministries is very difficult, as we know. That was our approach on horizontal management when we talked with the Minister of Municipal Affairs at UBCM. So while the mitigative action can be to continue advocating, we think that we can reduce this somewhat by other activities like the coordinated event for the Headley cleanup, or like the participation we get in the Emergency Operations Center. We just have to find more and better ways to interact with provincial counterparts. So we think that really that's not a high risk for us, it's just a moderate risk. The impact of it is not going to be that consequential for us. It's just a frustration. So we've reduced that to a moderate risk as well. And then once we got out of our high-rated risks, Madam Chair, those then become departmental responsibilities. And we got a long list of those that are identified as moderate. And then the low risks, we just accept. We understand that they're risks or threats or opportunities, but we don't do any mitigative action on them. We just accept them. So that would be my report, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you very much, CAO. Are there any questions for CAO Newell? Okay, I'm not seeing any. So thank you for the update, CAO. I'm sure we'll see that back again. Okay, so looking at the time, we will be able to maybe have a 3-4 minute break before we turn things over to Chair Gettens for environment. So I'm looking for a motion to adjourn, please. Moved by Director Bauer and Director Spencer Coyne. All in favor? Thank you. That motion's approved. So let's just take a quick 3-4 minute break for coffee and washrooms, and then Chair Gettens will start with environment. Thank you.
Okay, directors, I think we're going to get started soon. Danny, can we have that timer screen put down, please? Thank you so much. So I'd like to call the Environment and Infrastructure Committee to order, please. Can I get a motion to approve? Oh, can I get a motion to approve the agenda, please? Thank you, Director Elbrick, seconded by Director Holmes. All in favor? Thank you. Any opposed? Fantastic. Thanks. We've got a delegation from Green Step Incorporated, and I'm going to refer this item over to CAA, please.
Thanks, Madam Chair. So this is Green Step Solutions, and Mr. Reeder is going to introduce our speakers on this one.
Okay. Oh, thanks. Sorry.
Oh, here I am.
I'm having some button issues here. Go ahead, Mr. Reeder. Thank you so much.
Not a problem. Okay, so one of the objectives set within our solid waste management plan is to look at ways that we can assist businesses, events, multifamily buildings, and how they can improve their recycling. So Green Step Solutions has been retained for this purpose and has completed their consultation with the industry and would like to present their findings for you today. With me today is Melanie Muhort from Green Step Solutions. Melanie is a coordinator with Green Step, and both Melanie and I will be available to answer any questions at the end of the presentation.
Sorry, can you?
So we're looking for Melanie now.
Can you, I can't send it myself.
Is Melanie, have we got Melanie there, Denny? Ah, perfect.
Sorry, can somebody just give me a thumbs up if you hear me? No. Oh, no. I'm so sorry, directors. If you can hear me, I've got a really odd delay and everything is rebooted. Please proceed.
Hello, we can hear you, Director Gettens.
I'm sorry?
I was just saying we can hear you okay, Director Gettens.
Oh, okay, sorry. Go ahead, Ms. Mehart. Thank you.
Hello, Madam Chair and Directors. My name is Melanie and I work at Green Step Solutions. We are based in Kelowna and we have worked with the regional district since 2017. Today, I will go over the RDOS Business Waste Education Program. In 2017 to 2018, Green Step held 22 meetings and presentations to key stakeholders such as member municipalities, chambers of commerce, tourism associations, property managers, waste haulers, about the proper recycling and waste management. We also did 20 waste audits at 13 businesses and 7 multifamily buildings to see what was being thrown out in the garbage and recycling and what could be improved. We also held one-on-one meetings, workshops, online surveys, and door-to-door surveys to gain understanding, determine barriers, and provide education on proper recycling. The key takeaway from the surveys was that there needed to be more education on what is recyclable and what services are available. So the key recommendations from the 2017 to 2018 RDOS Waste Education Program were an education and communications plan, sample bylaws for space and access for recycling and organics collection, disposal bans with appropriate surcharges, and waste minimization in parks, festivals, and events. In this stage of the program, Green Step helped implement the following recommendations: education and communications plan, sample bylaws for space and access for recycling and organics, and waste minimization in festivals and events. You may wonder why recycling properly is important. When we help businesses, multifamily buildings, and events recycle properly, it means we are diverting waste from RDOS landfills and increasing the lifetime of those landfills. It also means we are helping businesses and residents save on the cost of the landfill tipping fees. To date, we have finished phase 1 and phase 4. We are currently working through finishing phase 2 and phase 3 by the end of the year. Phase 2 of the program was for communicating and attracting attention to the 3 toolkits that were developed in the 2017 to 2018 project. The 3 toolkits are for businesses, multifamily buildings, and festivals and events. The toolkits provide information like what goes in what bin, how to choose a waste hauler, how to do a waste audit, and sample letters for educating employees and residents about the waste program. We decided to create a short promotional video and some longer training videos which walk through the toolkits in an audio-visual manner. We are just waiting to record the training videos, which should be done in October. The short promotional video is complete, and we will be showing it in the next slide. I think Danny will set it up so we can all watch the video together. It's only about a minute.
Are committed to making the world a better place and can help you optimize a recycling program for your business, multifamily building, and festivals and events. Less waste benefits us all and can help improve your bottom line. Businesses, multifamily buildings, and guests at public events continue to place recycling in the garbage. We went out to talk to these groups and found that a lack of education on waste disposal options is a barrier for setting up a successful recycling program. We have a number of tools available on our website to help you, such as our 3 how-to guides. Learn how to conduct a waste audit to better understand what is being thrown out and what you can do to reduce or divert your waste. Other information includes how to find a local waste hauler, adding effective signage to your bins, and monitoring the success of your recycling program. Taking a few minutes to gain a clear understanding of what can and cannot be recycled will set you on the right path. By following the steps in these how-to guides for your business, multifamily building, or event, you will be well on your way to reducing your waste and reducing your waste disposal costs. For more information and to download your how-to guide, please click the link or visit our website at rdos.bc.ca.
Sorry, 1 second, just sharing my screen again. Okay, so these videos will be shared on social media to bring traffic to the toolkits on the RDOS website. Phase 3 is currently in progress because we wanted to wait until COVID died down for the events industry to recover and for the summer high season to be over. We will host a workshop in November to key event organizers throughout the RDOS to review the toolkits, ask for feedback, discuss barriers, and potentially put together some zero waste or specific diversion goals, such as we would like to reduce waste going to landfill by 50% in 2022. Based on the workshop, we will make recommendations on how the RDOS can help event organizers to host zero waste events or reduced waste events. One example is to provide RDOS waste bins for events to borrow to remove the barrier if events do not have enough bins to provide guests with recycling options. Phase 4 was to create best practices for waste storage and collection space for multifamily, commercial, and mixed-use buildings. It considers how much space is needed for garbage recycling and potentially future organics collection for the size of each building. This is meant for the development community, developers, architects, and engineers. These are currently best practice guidelines, but we recommend that these guidelines eventually be used by municipalities to help form municipal bylaws or be a part of the DPA process for proper waste storage in newly constructed buildings. Our next steps are to finish the 3 long training videos, to work with the RDOS communications team to share these videos on different social media channels, and to do all of phase 3, have a workshop with key event organizers in November, and put together some key recommendations for the RDOS to assist in helping festivals and events divert waste from the landfill. Any questions?
We can't hear Director Gittens.
Sorry, thank you, Director Bush. Is that better?
Okay, so my
Yes.
question is are farmers included in this with, you know, with their trickle irrigation, their black plastic mulch, and I think hay farmers, they use the plastic for, what is it, hay silage or whatever. So are they included in all this notification or workshops?
Go ahead, Mr. Reader.
Short answer, no. This is really a focus group on businesses, events, and multifamily. We are looking at other strategies to look at agriculture and how we can encourage recycling. So just to give the board an understanding of the framework here, we're going to be entering into next year and a half, we're going to be going into solid waste management planning. And so this helps set some of the framework of that. And this is solely geared at our business community.
Thank you so much. Director Holmes.
Yes, thank you. So when we look at the kind of the 3 problem areas of multifamily dwellings, commercials, and festivals and events, you know, the thing that those 3 things have in common is that they're not the responsibility, that their collection isn't the responsibility of local government, and it's private contractors. So I guess it's more of a philosophical question, I guess, but so we find ourselves getting into issuing guidelines and doing the education and all that sort of stuff. But at what point does the need to divert waste to landfills become such a problem that we need to start having a conversation about how these things are collected and who does the collection, and the role of local government in that? You know, are we just committed to doing residential only for the rest of our being, or in some other places, you know, it's the local government has taken on commercial collection as well.
Thanks, Director Holmes. CAO, did you want to tackle that one?
Sorry, could you give me that one again?
Go ahead, Director Holmes.
It's a big issue. It's a bigger issue than we're going to deal with here, you know, but I think to me, I don't understand how big of an issue it is for us to divert waste to landfills. And you know, if it's a huge problem, this seems to be just a way of avoiding the problem in a sense, so we don't have to take on full responsibility. And it's just like, what is local government's responsibility for waste collection in these non-residential single-family dwellings, and what is our role? And you know, it's not something we're going to resolve now, but I think it's we're not the only ones dealing with it. It's an issue across Canada.
Thank you, Director Holmes. CAO.
Yes, that's a philosophical type of debate. So, I mean, generally these things come down to money. And in the end, we want to divert waste from the landfills in order to expand the life of landfills. Very hard to relocate or build a new landfill, as we understand through our trying to site an organics facility. So the longer that we can keep the landfill active, the better. But also, we know through those 4 R's that the reduce, recycle, reuse sort of thing is really a philosophical matter of trying to just reduce what we're producing and putting into the ground. So I think it is something that we'll get into further discussion on during our debate on the solid waste management plan and where we want this to go. And certainly now it seems like recycling is pretty well accepted. So now organics is going to be our next big issue as to whether we want to do curbside collection of organics and where that applies, and whether we can get the facilities developed in order to process and treat organics in the future.
Thanks, CAO. Director Holmes, do you have any follow-up with that? No? Okay.
I mean, I could talk lots about this, but this is probably not the time. I think it's more than just a question of money. I mean, if we talk about our waste collection, it's supposed to be cost recovery. You know, it's not driven by taxes. So you know, I'm not convinced by the cost issue.
Okay, thanks, Director Holmes. So it sounds like another conversation, as CAO said, when we get to this debate later on. Director Bush, is there a follow-up, or is that just left of our hat? Left of hand, great, thank you. Are there any other questions or comments on the presentation? Further business? No? Well, thank you very much for the presentation. It was great. And with that, I'll ask for a motion to adjourn the meeting. Thank you, Director Coyne, seconded by Director Robinson. All in favor? Any opposed? Okay, pleasure. Thanks. Over to you, Director Koslakevich.
Okay, thank you very much, Chair Gettens. So folks, the board meeting is scheduled to start at 11:15, so we do have to wait till that time. So we do have 10 minutes and we will start promptly at 11:15. Thank you. Okay, good morning, directors. We're going to get started with the regular board meeting. Once again, I'd like to welcome alternate director Richard Barkwell, who is filling in for director trainer today. Welcome, Richard. Directors, please have a look at your agendas. And a reminder, this is your only opportunity to remove an item from the consent agenda. I would like to just point out a typo on item A.2.5. The report is correct. The heading does have DVP instead of TUP. It is a TUP. So there's just that correction. Does anybody at this time have anything to remove from? Oh, yes, Director Robert, thank you. Go ahead, please. Would you like to remove something from consent?
I would, thank you, Chair. A.2.4.
Okay, so let's have a look here. A.2.4. Okay, we're going to remove that from consent. And let's just see where we're going to be putting that. Okay, so then that's going to go down to B13. Okay, so A.2.4 will be B13. Okay, any other changes from consent agenda? Okay, I'm not seeing any hands up there. Okay, therefore I'm looking for a motion to approve the agenda as amended, moved by Director Roberts, thank you, seconded by Director Gettens. Call the question, all in favor? Thank you, hands can come down. Anyone opposed? Okay, that motion carries, and I'm looking for a motion to approve the consent agenda corporate issues. Moved by Director Bush, seconded by Director Pendergraft. Call the question, all in favor? Thank you, hands can come down. And I'm looking for a motion to approve the consent agenda development services as amended. By Director Roberts, seconded by Director Bush. I'll call the question, all in favor? Thank you, hands can come down. Anybody opposed? That motion carries. So that takes us down to B, development services, rural land use matters. B1, zoning amendment bylaw number 2461.15 2021, scheduling of public hearings, CAO.
Thanks, Madam Chair. So this is an application out in Falder in Area F. It's at 8475 Princeton Summerland Road. It's for a 3-lot subdivision. And it was to the board on the 6th of May of 2021. And it was proposed that we have a second public hearing and a second public information meeting. And I believe the property owner is confused by that and is objecting. But the original motion to move this application forward was that the public hearing would be before the board, and sorry, the original public hearing. The second public hearing, it would probably be more effective if it was in the electoral area. So we're recommending that the holding of the second public hearing for this amendment bylaw be delegated to Director Gettens, and that we work with her in order to set the date and time for that, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm going to go to Director Gettens.
Thank you to the chair. I'll move the administrative recommendation, and then I'd like to speak to it, please.
Okay, thank you. Director Roberts, you're seconding. Thank you. I'll go back to Director Gettens.
Thank you. I just wanted to just sort of give a little bit of background and explanation as to why I deferred it, the public or the third reading on May 6th. It's a bit of a longer story, and I know that the applicants are a little bit confused by that, and I just wanted to kind of take some time to clarify that, if you don't mind. We did have a public hearing and a public information meeting in March, and there weren't any, oh, sorry, not the public hearing, public information meeting in the APC in March. and no public attended those meetings. In April, however, I did get an email from a Falder citizen that was concerned that citizen thought they just found out about the application and wanted to let me know that there's a history of saying no to rezoning for subdivision in this area due to the ongoing water concerns. So I asked staff for a little bit more information on this and a bit more background. Staff did provide the history, and it's important to recognize that right now this isn't the only application or rezoning subdivision referral that we're seeing in Falder. There's definitely been an increase lately, and given the concern on the waters, staff recommended that maybe a zoning regulation review might be required. So once the word spread in the community around about the public hearing, I did have a number of phone calls, and I did have a number of emails, and 5 letters were submitted by citizens in lieu of attending the May 6th public hearing. So all of those letters had concerns about the water and the capacity of the water. So it's not so much that we haven't heard from the community, because I think we did hear from the community. It was a little bit late, but we did hear from the community. But the reason I deferred that 3rd reading on May 6th is because the information provided by the community just prior to the public hearing pointed out a possible gap in the board report on the April 1st board report. And then further, when we had more conversation with staff, and the staff recommended reviewing the zoning regulation for the area due to water capacity concerns, that also didn't align with the staff recommendation to support this rezoning. So just prior to the public hearing, I was asking quite a few questions just based on the community information provided, you know, like, and questions like, you know, is staff confident that adding two more houses, you know, within 1.5 kilometers of the Falder water system will negatively impact the system? There was a history from citizens that the property in question has had dry wells before. And there's just quite a bit of questions that were pretty complex in nature and that I just needed more time to digest. And I think the board also needed some time to hear about these issues. And some of the feedback that I got from staff was very much like there are concerns of the aquifer and what the capacity is of the aquifer. And some felt that we shouldn't be doing any more subdivision or asking any more of this aquifer. So when that much information comes right before a public hearing, all I could ask for is more time to figure this out. I didn't think it was fair that we had all this information, but that the applicants didn't have an opportunity to hear from the citizens in the community of those concerns. And I needed some time to kind of align what we're hearing in the board report, the subsequent recommendation to do the zoning review, and then the history that is only with the corporate office. I don't have the history, so I have to rely on these reports to get the history. So that's why I deferred the public hearing. Unfortunately, it was in May, which was right before we had a pretty significant turnover in our planning department. So I do feel for these applicants. It has been longer than anyone anticipated, but I felt it was most fair to the applicants and to the community in Falder to have the opportunity to hear what each other had to say and to give staff the time just to figure out some of the answers to the questions that I was asking. So I just wanted to put that out there as to why this is how we are ending up in September, in May. But that's all I could really do at the time was ask for just some more time to figure this out. Thank you.
Comments? Yes, Director Holmes, go ahead, please.
Yeah, thank you. I will support this. I also would like to make a request that when this does come back to the board for a decision, if in the administrative report there could be, I guess, an explanation of subdividing properties, residential properties in an area that's not a growth area, and in an area that's creating additional residential lots immediately adjacent to municipal boundaries. And if that could be addressed in the administrative report, I'd appreciate it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Anybody else with a comment or question? Director Holmes, that's just leftover hand. Okay, thank you. So we do have a motion on the floor. I'm not seeing anybody further. This is a corporate vote. I'll call the question. All in favor? Thank you. Hands can come down. And was anybody opposed? Okay, that motion carries. Thank you. We'll go on to B2, Agricultural Land Commission referral non-farm use in Area C, CAO.
This is for a tool and farm equipment business as a non-farm use, Madam Chair. And it's, this particular lot is a commercial lot. It's had similar uses in the past. And it's a small parcel, and we are recommending that this be authorized to proceed to the Agricultural Land Commission.
Okay, thank you. I'll go to Director Knodel. Director Knodel, go ahead, please.
All right, I move the administrative recommendation. Second.
Okay. Seconded by Director Bush. Are there any questions or concerns with this one? Once again, it's a corporate vote. I'll call the question. All in favor? Anybody opposed? That motion carries. We'll go down to B3, Agricultural Land Commission referral non-adhering residential use electoral area C, 5454 Sumac Street, CAO.
Yeah, just south of Oliver, Madam Chair. So this is an application for a large house on an agricultural parcel. Differing rules on this. Our zoning bylaw sets a level of 600 square meters for a house, where the ALC sets 500 square meters for maximum size of a house. And this one is proposed at 700 square meters. So we're recommending that this not be authorized to proceed to the Agricultural Land Commission.
Okay, thank you. I'll go to Director Knodel. Go ahead, please.
Yes, thank you. I'd like to see this go to my APC, please.
Okay, so a motion to refer out to your APC. Is there a seconder? Director Roberts, thank you very much. Any questions or comments on that? Okay, I'll call the question then. All in favor? Hands can come down. Anybody opposed? That motion carries. Thank you. We're going to go to B4, Agricultural Land Commission referral, electoral area D, CAO.
So this is an application to the ALC for a change in use to authorize a utility service and event concession on an agricultural parcel. And that would require a zoning amendment down the road if the ALC were to approve this. So we're recommending that it not be authorized to proceed, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you. I'll go to Director Obrick.
Yes, and thank you to the chair. I would like to make the alternative motion. I'm just scrolling down here, the number one, that it go to the Agricultural Land Commission. The building is existing. The agricultural use, there's many examples of wineries that have this kind of use. So I'll speak to it more when it goes on the floor, but I think this one I'd like to make the motion to refer it to the Agricultural Land Commission.
Okay, Director Gittins, are you seconding? Yes, okay, thank you. I'll go back to Director Obrick. Go ahead, please.
Thank you very much. The challenge I have with this one is there's a lot of wineries in the Okanagan, I think over 300 now. I can think of a half dozen off the top of my head that have, this is an existing building. I think at one time they wanted to make it a wine shop. They still want to do a wine shop. They're entitled under the law to do special events. They're saying they'll limit it to 2 a year. The maximum is 10 per year, 150 attendees, not less than 24 hours in duration. The agricultural use, like the one we saw in Oliver just a few minutes ago, smaller parcel. I think that one was 1 acre. This is a little bigger, 4.04 hectares, so closer to 10 acres. When we look at the objective, agriculture is important, and grapes is one of the things that are grown here. When it comes to having a bistro, a restaurant, a parking lot, a concession, these are all things that exist at Lake Breeze. They exist in Joie and Naramata. We've got Dirty Laundry in Summerland. We've got Tinhorn Creek down by Oliver. We have so many examples. Even in Area D, we have Wild Goose just walking distance from this location, and others. So I think if a zoning change is required, I don't know. I mean, I don't understand. Do all those other wineries have zoning changes? I don't know how that works exactly, but in terms of the use, and is it agricultural? This is an agricultural use. It's a winery. They're growing grapes. This is not going to be a change in use. A couple of, if it's a wedding or whatever it is. I've walked from my home to wineries. I've been to events at Blasted Church Winery on Parsons Road. Ruthie Foster from Texas was singing, and I don't see anything different here than what's being done all through the region. I've been to Napa. I've seen the same kind of thing done there. Mondavi, 1,000 seats. Diana Ross singing, $100 a ticket. You get 4-course meal and wine and a show. So on this one, I don't think we're doing the region any benefit by discouraging the jobs and the economic spin-off that we get. I've been to Vancouver to nice restaurants. I've been to Edmonton on Continental Treat on White Avenue, and this is 8, 9, 10 years ago. Delighted to see Blasted Church Winery on the menu. This is how agriculture succeeds. This is how they sell their product, by building an awareness. Wine shops. We have wineries right now that are selling coffee cups and olives in their wine shops. All of it's for the purpose, the primary purpose, the agricultural purpose, the purpose we want to see the land used for. So I see this as ancillary and incidental to the zoned use. I'm not even sure we need a zoning change. I just think get it to the ALC, see what they say. And, it's being done elsewhere all over the place. I don't know how this one's different. Thank you.
Sorry, I was on mute. We have a motion on the floor for alternative number 1, and that's to authorize the application to move forward to the ALC. So that has been moved and seconded. Are there any questions or comments? Director Holmes, go ahead, please.
I guess I would like to hear from staff I guess the answer to the question that Director Obrecht proposed. How is this different? I'm of the opinion that if it's a winery first, and this is to support that farming business, then I'm okay with it. But if it's a music venue or first, and the winery is just an excuse to support that venue, then that's a different matter. So I guess I'd like to hear from staff how it's different from the others.
Okay. Thank you. I'll go to Mr. Garish.
Great, thank you. And if it's all right, I'll pass this over to Shannon. Are you able to?
All right. So to answer your question about how this is a bit different from some of the other wineries that we've seen, while I'm not familiar with all the different wineries that we've spoken of during this meeting, There's certainly cases where you can have a lounge endorsement on a winery and also hold special events within that building as well. What the applicant is asking for in this case is to use an additional building specifically for special events, as opposed to having a combined lounge area used for special events.
Okay, thank you very much. Any other questions or comments? Director Olbrich?
Yes, thank you. I just think of Lake Breeze. They've got a wine shop. The bathroom's in a different building. The restaurant's different again. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful winery. Good success. Very popular. This is not a competition to the South Okanagan Event Center. I don't see Ringo Starr showing up at a 150-seat venue and these people making a whole lot of money off their live music and entertainment. Anybody who knows Area D knows the location. This is not going to be a business that you just look at the property, look at what they're developing, look at how they're doing it. It's clearly very similar. I've been to Tin Horn Creek, sat in the restaurant, watched Westminster Party Intent Rentals set up the venue for live entertainment. Exactly what this is. The building's existing. It's not an additional building. It's existing. Just converting to a concession use. The order of these things, you know, are we saying they have to first have a restaurant and they first have to have a wine shop before they can have a building that already exists converted to a concession use? I don't know what they're going to sell: hot dogs, pizza, coffee, wine. I don't know why this is different. The report says they're going to do 2 events a year, and the regulation, the rule says maximum 10. We have business people at this board table. I don't think this is a model for success. 10 events a year, 150 seats. Who at this board table is going to pay money to go there and sit and watch a music venue? That's not what this is. Saying that that's what it is isn't accurate. It's a winery. It's a vineyard. They're coming late to the game. There's a lot of wineries in the region that are already doing this. They're just trying to do the same thing. Think about it from their perspective. How would you feel if your land and you want to do the same thing as somebody else who has a vineyard and a winery? Are they understanding how to do it properly? I've asked the question, what's the right way to get to that objective? And I don't quite see the difference. So I haven't heard an answer that suggests to me that we should not authorize this to proceed. I think we should authorize it to proceed to the ALC. Thanks.
Okay, any other further questions or comments? So we have a motion on the floor to authorize to proceed to the ALC. I'll call the question. All in favor? Thank you. Hands can come down. Anybody opposed? That motion carries. We'll go to B5, petition to enter Falder Water Service Area in Area F, CIO.
So we've had similar applications prior, Madam Chair. The difference with this one is it's not within the Falder Water System area, service area itself. It's outside, and they're petitioning to come in. Based on discussions earlier this meeting and other times about the challenges to the aquifer that the Falder Water System draws on, we're recommending that this application to come into the water system be denied.
Okay, thank you. I'll go to Director Gettens.
Thank you, Chair. I will move the administrative recommendation to deny the application, please.
Okay, thank you. Director Bush, are you seconding? Thank you. Before I see if the property owner or applicant is on the line, is there anything from staff to present? No, okay. So at this time, I'd like to ask if the property owner or an agent is on the line and wishes to speak to this? Danny, do you know?
Just trying to match up information systems.
Okay, we're just
Chair,
checking.
I did get a text. Yeah, I did get a text that the property owner is on the line.
And do you know the name?
Let's see, John Rizzo. I'll just see if I can see him too.
John Russo? Yes, I see John there. Okay, so we just need to bring him in.
Hi, thank you very much for having me. This is John Russo, property owner at Subject Property. First of all, thank you for your consideration in regards to inclusion in the Falder Water Service. I just want to kind of bring the board up to speed insofar as what we've been doing up here over the last 18 months since taking ownership of two distinct parcels up here in the Falder Water Service area. The first parcel we purchased was a 13-acre parcel that we did a subdivision on. We created two new lots, as well as we did a site-specific rezoning in order to allow our commercial business to operate on the property as a home industry. As part of that subdivision, as everyone is aware of in the room, we had to prove a potable water source, whereby we engaged Committtee Okanagan Well Drilling Corporation to come in and drill two supply wells for the lots, the two newly created lots. As a result of that, we needed to have a restrictive covenant put on site saying that whoever was to be the eventual owner of the properties would make sure that the water coming out of the well was brought up to Canadian drinking water standards, and as such, the Ministry of Transportation required us to put a restrictive covenant on title. When putting the restrictive covenant on title, we sent it to the RDOS to see if they would be a signatory on this. And I received a letter back from Mr. Chris Garish, May 12th, 2021, stating that they would not be able to sign the restrictive covenant letter. However, and I'll read word for word, this is the last paragraph of this letter that I received. However, given the challenges identified by Akora in their chemical analysis of the water from the private wells drilled on subject property and the prospect of potentially two new water treatment systems within the Falder Community Water System service area being created as a result, please be advised that the regional district is prepared to reconsider allowing the proposed new parcels to be connected to the Falder Community Water System. Now, this after $60,000 out of my pocket, and as I said, 18 months of negotiation back and forth with the organization. To get a letter like this at the 11th and a half hour of the process was a little embarrassing. So looking at this, the parcel that we own next door now, we have recently submitted for a residential construction project with the RDOS as of Friday. We are directly across the street from the cistern. I've had multiple discussions with the Works Department insofar as getting supply lines to the property. It's totally doable from a logistics perspective. I'm wondering where the continuity is in this whole detail, whereby they were able to offer an authorization for two extra services. Seems, I don't want to say just out of nowhere, but then wouldn't be able to accommodate another one for a simple residential build out. And I welcome your comments and questions on this if you have any.
Okay, thank you very much. Directors, with the applicant on the line, are there any questions specific to the applicant? Okay, John, I just want clarification. What you read out was a letter from Ecora or from the RDOS?
This was a letter signed by Christopher Garish, and as I said, it was dated May 12th. Is there a potential way that I could share screen so that everybody had the letter in front of you for review? Or does Chris want to share this on his screen? I mean, I see Chris in the background.
We could be sharing the screen. I'm just wondering first if, well, let's finish up with the applicant then. Yes, if we could share the screen so we could understand what you're referring to, That would be helpful, I think.
Okay, please let me know how I can accommodate that. Or if Chris has a copy of this letter, maybe he could easily share it.
Danny, how would we have the applicant share?
On the screen, the share button at the bottom of the screen.
Okay, so if you, John, use your share button on the bottom of your screen, you should be able to.
Okay. Stand by. Can everybody see my screen now?
Not yet.
Okay. Share screen. Okay, here we go. So here is the copy of the letter. I'm not sure if you'd like me to read it aloud or if you'd like me to simply fast forward to the part in the letter that I just read out. But it is here.
Yep, that's good. Thank you, John. Just give us a minute for the directors to have a read of that page you have up, please. Okay, thank you for that, John. I'm just going to ask now again if directors have any questions specific to the applicant while we have them on the line before we go to a debate of the board. Any questions? Okay, I'm not seeing any. Thank you very much, John, for joining in and speaking to the board. We're going to go back to the board of directors for questions and comments amongst themselves. Director Gettens, go ahead, please.
Thank you, Chair. So from our earlier conversations this morning around 8475, for instance, Summerland Road, when I had mentioned that there's more than one application happening at the same time, this is another one. And it is, I think for the board members that have been here longer, you've probably heard the 80 number for the Falder water system connections more than one time. In our OCP, it's a 78 connection maximum. So my understanding is when the property was subdivided, which didn't require rezoning for the subdivision, the property owners did have to drill those wells, and it wasn't to standard. And so the option for the Ministry of Transportation was to ask the regional district to put on or to manage the water treatment systems that would be put on those two properties, which put our public works kind of in a tricky situation to either take on two new water treatment facilities or to add them or extend the connections to this property. So I will tell you that the citizens in Falder are really disappointed. I would believe from what I've heard, having these extra connections provided to Mr. Rousseau, they did believe that when we said that there would only be 80 connections, that's how we mitigated their concerns around that initial subdivision, that there wouldn't be any more connections added. But we were put, the regional district, I understand, and I know Chris can speak to this better than I can, that we were put in a situation where we had to pick the lesser of two difficult choices here. So this is part of the conversation again around the same time of why we're looking at a zoning review for the area, because there are other properties in the area that can subdivide without having to come to us for their zoning review. And I think what's different now than in 2017 when the OCP was put into place is that there's an incredibly hot market right now for property. And I think that that's impacting some of the work that we're seeing ahead of us right now. So I just wanted to share that letter. It was a long discussion that we had with Chris in Public Works, and that's kind of what exposed some of the gaps in what we were hearing at the board when it comes to Falder. So it's it's an interesting and long conversation, but I just want to reiterate that citizens of Falder were told that no more connections are available, But the water system can't handle any more connections, but 2 more connections were put up to be available. And then we also have concerns about the capacity of the aquifer. So I'll just leave it at that for now.
Okay, thank you. And I'm going to go to CAO Newell.
Can I just ask, Mr. Chair, if I can ask Mr. Garish, the previous hookup to the Falder water system that the applicant was referring to, were they already in the Falder water service area?
Yes.
Mr. Garish?
Yes, the parcel that he's referring to was already within the service area, and it had zoning that allowed for subdivision to occur. It was a very complicated discussion in relation to the provision of service, water service to that parcel, and what ultimately ended up happening with the approving officer's condition of approval, and also our ability to service it within the system. So.
Okay, thank you. Back to CAO.
Okay, so that was my decision, not Mr. Garish's. In my mind, because they were already in the Falder water system service area, and because they had been paying for the water system all those years, that when they were ready to develop, that they should be eligible for access. And frankly, it's all coming out of that one aquifer anyway, so whether they drilled their wells or whether they joined the Falder water system that drew from the aquifer, because they've been paying, they should have access. This application is outside the Falder water system area, and we're saying, okay, but let's not let any more in until we get this resolved. So that was not Mr. Garish's fault. That was my fault.
Okay, that helps a lot with a clarification. Any further comments or questions? Director Gettens, go ahead.
Thank you. I just want to clarify that I don't think if I came across that I was pointing or blaming or assigning fault to anybody, that certainly wasn't my intention. My comments are simply that there's a gap in the zoning that doesn't support what the citizens expect from that water system in this particular case, and recognize what we're talking about right now is outside of the water system. But in light of what we just heard from Mr. Rizzo, that's where the conflict came, and that's where the complexity of this conversation came. Citizens were told that there were no more connections, but there was another connection provided, and that's how Mr. Rizzo got that letter. So it's not a fault situation. If I came across that way, that was not my intention. I just want to make that clear. It was a really difficult and complicated conversation with a lot of moving parts. But I do not, and I cannot support adding more to the system right now until we do the zoning.
Okay.
Receive those water. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we do have a motion on the floor to deny. Are there any further questions or comments? Yes, Director Barkwell, go ahead, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The paragraph that Mr. Rousseau refers to and seems to put a lot of weight on refers to, I'm assuming, some future works that may happen in the Falder area. Is that not being aware of the whole history of things, but that's what it would imply to me. Is that correct? The 2 potential changes or something? And if so, isn't it kind of obvious that his application is premature because this, increase or changes haven't been made?
I'll go to Mr. Garish.
I myself am not aware of any proposed projects related to upgrading the Falder water system, but I believe Lisa Bloomfield or Andrew Reeder might be a better place to speak to that.
Okay, I'm not sure. Do we have them on the line? Yeah. Okay, just wondering if Mr. Reeder or Ms. Bloomfield are able to speak to that question.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead, please.
So Andrew, yeah, there's no plans at this point in time to increase the capacity of the system. And we are, just to support what Director Gettens is saying, we are experiencing problems right now with capacity that we had last summer. So we are having capacity problems with the existing system.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. Anybody else with a comment or question? Director Holmes, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm like Director Barkwell. I'm a bit confused here. You know, we talked earlier in the day about enhancing administrative reports, and I think here's an example where I don't feel I have the full information. I don't feel I have the full background to be able to make a decision one way or another on this, and that's it's unfortunate. And but the letter that Mr. Russo presented to us just throws up more questions to me, and it creates a lot of confusion, and don't really know which way to go with this.
Thank you. Anybody else with a comment or question? CIO Newell, go ahead.
So let's make the differentiation between the two applications that Mr. Russo is referring to. The previous one where he had been intent on drilling wells and was already in the water system. So whether he drilled his own well and took water out of it, or whether he joined the water system, the water quantity issue would have been the same. And frankly, the Falder Aquifer has uranium issues, and that's why we have a uranium extraction plant on that system. So, and the fact that the property owner had been paying into the Falder water system without receiving that service. So that was very clear in my mind that if somebody is in the water system and they're going to be drilling, we can't stop them from drilling a well. That is their right. They just get a license from the province and away they go. So our problem is the water quantity. And we, at this point, don't believe we should be adding to the water service area until we get a better handle on exactly what the capacity of that is. And at this point, we're saying let's put a cap on that. So the difference between the two applications is distinct. One was in the water service area, this one is not. So we're saying don't let any more in right now until we get this figured out.
Okay, thank you. That I think was helpful to clarify. Any further questions? Okay, this is a corporate vote, and we do have a motion on the floor to deny. I'll therefore call the question. All in favor? Okay, thank you. Hands can come down. And anybody opposed? I'm not seeing anybody opposed. Motion carries. Okay, folks, that takes us down to B6. Petition to enter the Naramata Water System Local Service Area, Electoral Area E, CIO.
Yeah, so this is another application to extend the water system, Madam Chair. This one, the Naramata Water System, the interest at this point is to service 5 to 8 acres of vines, but we don't know what the future development potential of the property is or the intent is. With Area E, we're currently undergoing a regional growth strategy review, and we don't have a growth boundary around Naramata right now. That should be addressed in this RGS review. The official community plan is under review, or will be, this year, as well as the zoning bylaw. So there's just too many processes underway for us to add into that type of a parcel into the water system without knowing what the impact on that will be. So we're recommending that it be denied, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you very much. At this time, I'm not in support of the recommendation. I am making an alternate motion, and that's that I'd like to refer this out to both the Area E Advisory Planning Commission Committee, and the Naramata Water Advisory Committee for review and feedback. Seconded by Director Bush. Thank you. Are there any questions or comments? Okay, this is a corporate vote. I'll call the question then. All in favor? Hands can come down. Anybody opposed? That motion carries. Takes us to B7, zoning bylaw amendment in electoral area A, CAO.
So right now we have a limit on the minimum size of a parcel in this zone, and it's 4 hectares. We have a property owner that wants to do a lot line adjustment later on to accommodate a future use. So he wants to amend the electoral area zoning bylaw to allow the minimum parcel size to be 3.7 hectares. We don't see any impact on the area for that sort of a smaller adjustment. So we're recommending that this be given first and second reading and sent to public hearing, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to go to Director Pendergraft.
Thank you, Chair, but this is application comes from a family member, I'm going to have to step out of the room for this.
Okay, thank you. Are you going to actually get up and leave? Oh, okay, the screen blanked. Director Knodel, go ahead, please.
I'll move the administrative recommendation.
Okay, thank you. Is there a seconder? Director Gettens is seconding. Thank you. Are there any questions or comments on this one? Not seeing any. This is down as a rural vote. I'll call the question then. All in favor? Hands can come down. Anybody opposed? Okay, that motion carries. Thank you. We're going to move on to B8. I don't know if someone can send Director Pendergraft a text and tell him he's allowed back in. B8 is official community plan, OCP, and zoning bylaw amendment in Area F, CAO.
Yeah, so this is an interesting one, Madam Chair. This is a larger proposed development out by Greta Ranch along Highway 97 called the Butler Development. And I'm going to ask Mr. Garish to give the board more descriptive presentation on this application.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead, Mr. Garish.
Great, thank you. Danny, are we able to share our screen here? We've got a PowerPoint presentation I'd like to put up. Great, thanks. Okay, I'm going to turn this over to Nikita to start running us through her presentation.
Right, so this application, this OCP and zoning bylaw amendment, the purpose is to amend the designation of 5 parcels in order to facilitate a medium density residential development with up to 106 dwelling units. And the property is located at 625 Highway 97. So the site area that shows the 5 parcels, they are located towards the eastern portion of Highway 97 and abut the Okanagan Lake, and located approximately 1.5 kilometers north from the boundary of District of Summerland. So the OCP bylaw amendment is to change the designation of these parcels from tourist commercial to medium density residential. And I would like to point out that it's only applicable to a portion of these 5 properties that are on the eastern side of Highway 97. The ones on the western are not affected by this. And the zoning bylaw amendment is to rezone from site-specific campground commercial to medium density residential 1 zone. So this slide just shows that if the amendment is approved, the uses would change from what's permitted in campground commercial, which is the principal use of campground, to allow for apartment buildings or townhouses and other accessory uses. This is the site plan provided by the applicant that indicates how the 106 dwelling units are proposed to be housed in 8 terraced apartment structures. Initially, the applicant also proposed a clubhouse and restaurant abutting the Okanagan Lake, but that's no longer proposed, and only the residential development is proposed. This is a floor plan that the applicant provided. It's a typical floor plan. This one is for one of the apartment structures that's located towards the northern part of the parcels. And this is a typical elevation that the applicants provided to show how the apartment would be terraced. So the South Okanagan Regional Growth Strategy designates Greta Ranch as a rural growth area. However, the Electoral Area F official community plan speaks that development within the Greta Ranch rural growth area should be properly serviced with on-site provision of water and sanitary sewer system, and should also be able to address geotech constraints on the property. So in order to address the servicing on the property, the applicant has proposed to provide a combined private on-site water and sewer system that would only service the development on these parcels. However, I would like to point out that this is inconsistent with the liquid waste management plan, which requires that development in the Greta Ranch area should be connected to the District of Summerland's wastewater treatment plant. So the applicant would be required to either seek an amendment to the liquid waste management plan, or they would have to build in accordance with the plan. For the hazard lands, the property is located on steep slopes. So the applicant provided a peer review of a geotechnical study that was done for the property, which concludes that the proposal is okay to proceed. However, the study did recommend further investigations on the property. Staff also recognizes that there would be further assessments that would be required prior to issuance of any building permits on the property. With respect to the riparian areas, the eastern portion of these properties that's abutting the Okanagan Lake, they are designated as a watercourse development permit area, as indicated on the slide. And if the applicant proposes any construction within this, it would require the issuance of a WDP prior to the issuance of a building permit. So just in conclusion, staff is supportive of the proposal as it aligns with the RGS. However, staff also recognizes that it is a loss of campground amenity in the area, also recognizes that the RGS bylaw is being reviewed, however, not being brought forward or considered by the board yet, and also an amendment to the liquid waste management plan would be required prior to the staff applicant proceeding with this. That's all from my presentation.
Okay, thank you very much. Are there any questions or concerns? Director Holmes, go ahead, please.
Yes, I have several questions, if I may. The applicant isn't here to answer questions, I suppose, eh? It's just the staff.
If only if we had a motion to deny.
Okay, so I guess I was just wondering how the sewage system is going to work, and specifically where are the biosolids going to go from that system? What will be the daily flow of the wastewater, and do we have, since we discourage private systems, is there some expectation that down the road that the RDS will have to take over the system?
Mr. Garish?
Okay, so I'll try my best. So at this point, we're approaching the proposed development as a concept. We don't have that level of detail to be able to answer the specific volume of the flows that might be generated by the development. the applicant is proposing his own on-site sewer treatment plant, which will be part of a strata. We're assuming part of a strata development, in which case it's highly unlikely that the regional district would ever become responsible for the operation of that treatment plant, because it would basically be the responsibility of the strata itself. However, we also recognize that, despite the applicant indicating that, that's not consistent with the liquid waste management plan. And so our expectation at this point is, in the absence of an amendment to that liquid waste management plan, that the connection would be to the district's Summerland sewer system.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Garish. Did that cover everything? Dr.
No, I have
Holmes?
a couple more questions, if I may.
Okay.
So again, I guess in respect to first responders, where would this development get fire, ambulance, RCMP? Where would they all come from? And also, where would residents of this development access essential services like doctors, recreation? Where would they get their groceries? I'm presuming whoever lives here is going to be spending a lot of time in their cars. So they'll be filling up their gas from somewhere. So which community, I don't think you have an answer for this, but which community will have to account for their greenhouse gas emissions?
Mr. Garish, are you able to answer those questions? I know you can't answer where they're going to get their groceries, those type of things. That's just an unknown, but
we would assume that it could be anywhere between Penticton and Kelowna for services such as that, but stand to be corrected, but we don't think they're within a fire service area at the moment. So I'm
not, unfortunately, I'm not 100% sure, so I'll have to look into that. I don't recall.
Okay, and if I may, one final question. Do you know if the proponents have any plans to build a marina, and what is the current water zoning for does it allow for a marina?
Mr. Garish?
Through this application that we've received, we're not aware of a marina being proposed. And as the board will recall, we did introduce zoning over the major lakes in the Okanagan, primarily in relation to regulation of docks. The allowance that we have for docks are based on the standards that the province has for, your typical dock that's associated with a single detached dwelling. So theoretically, anything larger than that, which conceivably you would get if it's a 100-unit strata, I suspect would require a commercial allowance. Yeah, so basically a form of approval from the board, whether it's a DDP or a change to the lake zoning based on the scale of the dock facility itself.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm going to go to Director Gettens.
Thank you, Chair. I'll move the administrative recommendation, please.
Okay, thank you. Is there a seconder? Director Pendergraft, thank you very much. Any further questions or concerns? Director Holmes, go ahead, please.
So I know I don't have a vote in this. This is a rural matter, but I'd like to ask the rural directors to support the letter from the Summerland District of Summerland's request, and not consider this application until a review of the regional growth area strategy is complete. I think this development is going to impact Summerland more than anyone else in the region, including other residents of Area F. And so I'd like to point out that we're currently undertaking the review of the regional growth strategy, and it's a recommendation in the Area FOCP that the suitability of this area as a rural growth area should be reviewed. And until that is done, I think this proposal is premature. I'd also like to point out the first line in the response from the referral we got from the Regional District of Central Okanagan, that the subject properties are not located within a fire protection area or in an area with community water, community wastewater. Additional density in these areas should not be supported. I think that I understand some people have a vision of an Okanagan metropolis stretching from Lake Country to Oak Falls, and this development certainly fits with that vision. It would close the gap between Summerland and Penticton, or Summerland and Peachland. It would close the gap between the central Okanagan and the south Okanagan. But I think we need to say, hold on a minute, is this what we really want? And that's part of what I think our review should cover. And this is just trying to get in under the wire of that review. I don't think we should be making a decision on a concept where we have so few details of what this actually means. I'd like to see the details first and have our review of our growth strategy completed before considering something like this. Thanks.
Thank you, Director Holmes. Are there other questions or comments? Director Barkwell, go ahead, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. You know, as the other Summerland representative here tonight, I would like to reiterate Councillor Holmes' comments. Our Director of Planning, who came from the RDOS, wrote quite an extensive report on this proposal, and you know, basically it I guess the under the wire comment, get it in before the full review of Councillor Holmes, is probably quite apropos. We just don't really know the whole implications of this to Peachland and Summerland, and we don't really talk to Peachland, right in between. So yes, you know, I ask that you support this proposal as presented on Indy.
Okay, thank you. I have a question for Mr. Garish. Where are we at with the review of the RGS, and when do we expect to see a report back to the board?
Unfortunately, at this point, the RGS is one of the projects that was or has experienced a delay because of the turnover within the department over the summer. We have a meeting scheduled with the consultants, and so I'm just bringing up my calendar here. I believe it's in early October to basically restart the project and to introduce the new file manager, Ms. Fiona, one of our planners, and just try to figure out next steps. So we're not sure, given the number of board meetings left within this year versus when we're meeting with the consultants, so if we'll have anything to you in 2021 at this point.
Okay, thank you. Other questions or comments? Okay. Director Bob Coyne, go ahead, please.
So to reaffirm this, this is a conceptual thing that the property owners would like to be able to look towards in the future, Chris. There's no plans at this time to do any development, so the permitting would all still be required down the road. Is that correct?
Mr. Garish?
Yes, that's correct. Although, I mean, I know we said it was a concept, but we're expecting that when the applicant comes in for building permits, if the rezoning is approved, that we're going to be seeing something along the lines of 106 units. Obviously, further to Nikita's comments, I mean, additional geotech studies are required, which may or may not impact the level of density. And obviously, you know, the applicant's concept is showing on-site wastewater disposal. That's obviously inconsistent with the liquid waste management plan. So depending on the outcomes of that process after rezoning, there, you know, it could impact the design and the density again of the project. So.
Okay. Follow up, Director Coyne?
So then the developer would have to work with the District of Summerland to come up with a liquid waste management plan. So this is going to go right back into Summerland's ballpark anyways. Is that correct?
Mr. Garish?
Well, my understanding is you know, some of these details have already been hammered out in terms of the required connection to Summerland system under the liquid waste management plan. So if the applicant were to approach the regional district to amend that and it failed, then his only option for servicing is to go forward with that connection to the district's system. And I can see within the district's response comments to the rezoning that they've outlined a number of issues, such as modeling and potential DCCs, et cetera, that will have to be, I guess, negotiated between the developer and the district prior to that kind of connection occurring.
Okay, thank you. CAO Newell?
So the liquid waste management plan is an area F liquid waste management plan. So the issue that comes up in my mind is, I know in past when we've been reviewing, or when we initially adopted the regional growth strategy, areas that were already zoned for development were taken into consideration for growth areas during the RGS discussions. And of course, that was one of the bigger issues in the initial regional growth, probably why it took us 10 years. But it was one of the regional issues that we had to address, was where would our growth areas be, and where would we direct growth, and where would we allow growth. And we did take into account existing areas that had already been zoned, like Twin Lakes and like St. Andrews and Willow Beach and others. So if the zoning goes ahead prior to the regional growth strategy review, I'm thinking that may have an impact on discussions under the regional growth strategy. But of course, that would be up to the board at the time, but it could be an issue.
Okay, thank you. Director Knodel, go ahead, please.
I'm inclined to support Summerland on this one. Growth, when rushed, can cause a lot of difficulties, and I think it should be approached with caution. Thank you.
Thank you. Director Roberts, go ahead.
Thank you to the chair. And it is a follow-up from Director Coyne, and then the information that was provided by Mr. Garish and by CAO Newell. It brings the question of what kind of precedent do we set when we step ahead early. And it does bring to mind like Twin Lakes and the water issue there, where decisions made earlier kind of kept us to carry on with a certain choices and decisions to make at the board level, which, you know, made me feel uncomfortable. So I'm starting to feel uncomfortable in regards to kind of jumping the gun on this one, especially when we're talking a concept stage and all that. And why not wait until the reviews are done and everything's put in place for something that's already planned to be looked at? So I'm inclined to not support the moving forward on this.
Okay, thank you, Director Roberts. You know, I see this as quite a challenging one. The report does say, though, this is part of a designated rural growth area. So it is in the rural growth area.
Yeah, that was a Greta Ranch discussion
Ranch.
at the time.
Yeah. Moving forward with first and second reading here and proceeding to a public hearing doesn't mean that this will get final approval. I'm quite curious to hear what the public has to say in that process. And then, you know, I'd like to hear their opinion on it, but it is a tough one. It could be, we could move forward this way and then stop it at that point, or it may receive a lot of positive support. But let's hear what other folks have to say. I've got Director Gettens and then Director Holmes. Go ahead, Director Gettens.
Thank you, Chair. I just want to ask a quick question, then I have a comment. Did CAO say it took us 10 years to get the regional growth strategy done last time, or did I mishear that?
No, that was about it.
Oh, okay. Thanks. So my comments are, and I hear what Summerland's saying for sure, but what I'm struggling with is sort of what you were just saying, Chair, is that I don't know if we're going in early or if we're following a current policy. And if this is the current policy, I don't, you know, we could have more staff turnover, we could keep bumping this along, and I don't know if that's fair if we have a policy in place standing right now, and it's the policy. Second, for this development, one of the appealing factors for this development for me is that I think that I know we see this happening more and more in the Okanagan, where we're having second homes and people that are purchasing homes as holiday places or their second place to live, but they're not investing in the community, and that they're not living here, they're not putting their kids in our schools and that kind of thing. And I really struggle with that. And I think we all do. It's so challenging on small centers to have vacant homes that are owned by other people that aren't part of the community. And to me, I kind of thought that's what this would be their market, right? Like the people that want to go live beside the winery and have their home there, but not take up housing stock in Summerland and in Penticton. So that's something why I'm curious to hear more about it too. I am curious to hear about the public. So I hear all concerns, and but I am uncomfortable not following a current policy because we're going to review it sometime down the road. That makes me a little uncomfortable.
Okay, thank you. I'll go to Director Holmes, then Director Pendergraft. Go ahead, Director Holmes.
I'm okay for now, thanks.
Okay, Director Pendergraft, go ahead, please.
Thank you, through the chair. I tend to think that we should move forward with this to at least the public hearing stage. The reason, or one of the big reasons for the review of regional growth strategy, was inactivity in that growth area. And now all of a sudden, yes, there's an application there. Maybe we encourage that application in a way by creating a review of the RGS. But having said that, the policy is in place, was an allowed thing. So I don't see the harm in hearing what the public has to say.
Okay, thank you. Are there any other comments or questions? Director Obert, go ahead, please.
Yes, thank you. And I agree with Director Pendergraft, and I do support the administrative recommendation. I think the information shared was very helpful to my deliberation. And, I think this is within the current growth strategy and permitted kind of a use. And I don't see the advantage delaying it. I think the public hearing will give good and better information. And I have great confidence in the planning department and in staff, being mindful of the concerns and getting the details right, the wastewater treatment and so on. So I do support administrative recommendation. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Director Barkwell, you're next, please.
Yes, thank you. I was just wondering, what is the process for if there was to be an application for amending the liquid waste management plan?
CAO?
It would typically come through a developer requesting a review. And in that case, it's a broad consultation and there's provincial approval required. It's not a short process.
Would it require the approval of the board or?
Oh, yes, absolutely.
Okay, thank you. Director McCordoff, go ahead, please.
Thank you. This is a difficult concern, I think, but I'm looking at it from the Okanagan Basin Water Board perspective. And I do know that one of the things that has been really important that we're dealing with there right now is looking at the Okanagan Lake Regulation System Review. And I know that Anna Warwick-Sears is going to present to the Standing Committee on Finance and Government Services next week. And one of the things that she's going to ask for some money in the budget is to have a look at this. Zebra quagga mussels is, of course, the other one, and establishing a permanent watershed security fund is the third. I just think that water is such a key issue in the Okanagan, especially this year with the water level, I think, a foot lower on Okanagan Lake than usual. And the fact that we have had fires and droughts and unsure what's going to happen in the next year, I just think we need to be careful about what we plan in the future. And I know that that isn't going to help people who want waterfront property. I live on the waterfront too, I get it. But I think we need to go a little bit lower on these applications and make sure that we look at all of the angles before we proceed. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Director Roberts, go ahead, please.
To the chair, and thanks. That, again, I guess the clarity is, do we have enough chances moving forward to reconsider if there comes to be a fly in the ointment? And are those processes, what are those processes? My concern again is that, are we jumping ahead, or like Director Getton said, we're within an already stated zoning process. So if something comes up in regards to water, et cetera, are we able to stop it? I guess my fear is of course, that, we create an inertia that we can't stop when we find an issue.
CAO?
There's a number of off-ramps, Madam Chair. This again would only be giving it second reading and sending it to public hearing. And obviously the board has opportunities even in the zoning process, but there are others like the liquid waste management plan or other applications that would be required.
Okay, thank you. Director Holmes?
I guess I'd just like to comment on I guess the thinking that we should allow a go ahead because it's allowed under our current regional growth strategy, and you don't want to go against current policy. But it's also states in the area of OCP that that suitability should be reviewed, and that's also board policy. So either way, you're contradicting both board policy, no matter which way you're going. So to me, the way to do it is just let's put a break on everything until that review is completed. To me, that's if you really want to follow policy, that's the best way to go about it.
Okay, Director Bob Coyne?
Yeah, I'd like to see this move on to the public hearing stage so that all of the stakeholders have the opportunity to put their thoughts forward. It gives the developer the chance to put it out there to everybody. It gets the District of Summerland to put it out there. It gets the Okanagan Water Board to the opportunity to put it all out there. So it can all come out in one forum, and everybody can be educated so that we can make an informed decision. Thank you.
Thank you. Director Canolo, please.
I can't help think about what happened to Director Monteith with the Twin Lakes issue. It gained momentum, and I have to thank very much Director McCordoff for reminding us that we hit an unprecedented weather time. We have no idea how this is going to develop forward in the next decade. So even another year of looking at this and gaining some information may add a lot of insight to this. And I am afraid that Director Roberts said too that we're going to turn around and see that momentum that was pointed out to us for Twin Lakes has all of a sudden gotten to the point where people think we can't turn back. And that one frightens me. So I can't support this motion. Thank you.
Thank you. Director Gettins, go ahead, please.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to follow up on the policy comment from Director Holmes, and the policy in the area FOCP was just what Director Pendergraft was saying, is that it would like to review it because there's been no interest in it, and now there has been interest, and in the previous few years has been a very big difference in all of our communities with COVID people leaving communities like Vancouver and coming here. So that's why it says it in the policy. So I just wanted to clarify that. Thank you.
Thank you. Director Monteith?
To the chair, I do agree with Director Holmes. I feel that we're in the midst of change and reviewing something, and I think that reviewing or approving even something going to second reading when we're looking at change isn't a great plan. So I can't support it, and I do regret supporting another application going to public hearing because it did push that momentum forward, and I'll never do that again. So I can't support this.
Okay, thank you. Director Knodel, is that a leftover hand? Yes, no, okay, Director Barkwell, go ahead, please.
Yes, I was wondering if somebody could help me with a bit of history here. Wasn't there, this isn't the same lands, there was a big project proposed at one time for Greta Ranch, which never went ahead. The winery out there on their lands, and quite a few units. And I'm pretty sure that that was a different proposal, very similar, very close. And I'm wondering if there shouldn't be, if we are going to do this at all, if there shouldn't be an overall plan, maybe a coordination between a much, maybe a local sewer system or something that would be better than an isolated 106 unit one. I'd like, now that's where the regional growth strategy could maybe assist in a proper coordination of some of these properties and plans that have been there for percolating for a while. Came very close. I believe Concord Pacific was involved, big outfit that could, really do a big development, and that's going to come back. That's not gone away forever, that's for sure.
Mr. Garish, do you know about a previous application for that area?
I do. It's, the Greta Ranch site, I think currently has zoning, I'd say for 300 to 400 units. And I believe some of that was put in place back in 2008. And that was the basis for the liquid waste management plan, was Greta's intention to connect into the District of Summerland's system. There were different scenarios put forward, but that was the one that was settled on. And then, of course, when the economy changed in 2008, at least it's my understanding that's basically led to Greta's mothballing. And there hasn't been too much happening on the property since that time. When the OCP was reviewed in 2018, the direction under the RGS was to establish Greta as a growth area. And so when the boundaries were drawn, they included Greta as well as this property, and it goes right down to the provincial campground. So, at this point in time, again, getting back to the liquid waste management plan, the expectation is that this site will connect into a sewer line to the District of Summerland.
Okay, thank you. I believe we've worked through all the questions and comments. We have a motion on the floor, which would move this through first and second and proceed to a public hearing. This is a rural vote only. I'll call the question. All in favor? Thank you. Hands can come down. And those opposed? Director Monteith, Director Knodel. Is there anyone else? And motion carries. Thank you. We'll move on to B9. Official Community Plan and Zoning Bylaw Amendments, Residential and Small Holdings Review, CIO.
So this is our consolidated Okanagan zoning bylaw project, Madam Chair, and the residential and small holdings review is the largest and probably the most difficult for us to go through, and it's taken some time, but we have that ready for presentation, and the board has seen pieces of this as we progressed, but I believe we have Ms. Reichert on the line, and she is going to present the plan on this one, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead, please, Ms. Reichert.
Yeah, hello. I think we're putting this PowerPoint onto the slide. Thanks for putting putting up with me. Hopefully this project is going to be complete fairly soon. So this PowerPoint is actually just a really quick review to remind you of kind of where this is at. So it's a residential and small buildings review, and there's a bylaw there that includes both an OCP amendments and also zoning bylaw amendments. So this proposed amendment is for all the Okanagan electoral areas, so A, C, D, E, F, and I. And as I said, it's both OCP and zoning, and it's also the final phase of developing a single zoning bylaw for the electoral areas. So the proposed amendment is basically proposing to have consistent regulations for all residential and small holding zones. So no matter where you are, there's going to be consistent regulations, and that means that we've created 3 residential zones and 4 +1 small holding zones, and 4 basically for all the electoral areas, and the +1 is for electoral F, which is West Bench, which is a special small holding zone. So we are proposing low density residential RS1, RS2, RS3. And so basically this zone is intended for sort of urban or suburban types of residential development. They're typically smaller parcels and most often, but not always, serviced with community water and sewer. So the sizes are approximately sort of 350 meters squared to 1,000 square meters. So things that you would see, in a typical sort of urban and suburban environment. The small holding zones, there's going to be 4 of them, as I say, plus the small holdings 5 for West Bench. And again, these are zones that are intended for probably what we see most of in the rural areas. They're sort of small, medium-sized rural residential properties. So everything from 2,500 square meters up to 2 hectares. Typically, these parcels are serviced with their own water system and their own septic. And again, the 4 small holding zones vary in terms of minimal parcel size. Most of the uses are pretty consistent. Single zoning bylaw provides both convenient and consistent information. That's for developers, for the public, and also for staff to provide information. It's been phased over the last several years. As you're aware, we've been tackling commercial zones and agriculture zones and large holding zones over the years to be consistent amongst all the zoning bylaws. To do this one, it was a complicated one. There was a lot of considerations when we looked at each of the properties that were zoned either residential or small holdings. And so the things that we kind of passed the criteria for, we looked at the size of the property, whether it had community services, water, sewer, whether it was in the ALR, looked at the location, where it was in location to other areas, the terrain, and then the historical and current uses. The engagement process was fairly lengthy, and we provided sort of over and above the engagement that we normally would for just a bylaw amendment. This included doing a GIS storyboard and tutorial, and you'll note that in 6 weeks we had 6 views, which I think is pretty substantial. And again, on the website, we had a document explaining what's being proposed. The RDOS wrote 684 letters to all owners with an OCP change. And we also had the usual information releases, social media, civic ready. And as a result of all that, I and Chris Garish were busy responding to phone calls, emails that we got, and we also had some in-person meetings talking about specific properties and coming to some conclusions with those. We also had a WebEx meeting for the Twin Lakes residents specific. And I'm just sort of going to follow up. This is a slide I had for Twin Lakes. Most, as you can see, what's being proposed, where that circle is, all those sort of skinny lots all along the lake there are currently zoned as RS1, which is a residential zone, but there is no servicing there. The parcels are larger than 1,000 square meters, and growth isn't anticipated or actually desired there. So those are being contemplated and proposed to become a small holdings 1 zone. In this particular property, you can see it's just over 2,300 square meters, so substantially large. And just as an indication, because fairly narrow. We did check to see if the side parcels and the front and the back actually could work on those properties, and they do. So this is an example of an RS zone being proposed to be a small holdings one zone. That's it.
Okay, thank you very much, Ms. Reichert. Any questions on that presentation? Okay, I am looking for board member to move the recommendation. Director Gettens is moving it. Is there a seconder, please? Director Pendergraft, thank you very much. Any further questions? Director Monteith?
To the chair, when this was going out to the public, Culloden was considering the sewer project. And I just want to follow up to make sure the homes that are impacted in Culloden got all the information and engaged, because I don't know if all of them did, because they were sort of focused on the sewer project.
Ms. Reichert or Mr. Garish, please.
Hi, I don't know if you can see me, but I'm leaning over here. Yeah, that it is true. We had that sewer referendum in Culloden. Most of those parcels that are small are still considered residential because they are as small as they are their existing parcels. Some of the larger ones became small holdings that were sort of on the fringe of the service area. We were anticipating that they would all become residential except for the ALR ones in the service area, but that's not the case. But they didn't all automatically become small holdings either because of the size of the parcel.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions or comments? Okay, this is a rural vote. I'll call the question then. All in favor? Thank you. Hands can come down. Anybody opposed? Motion carries. We go down to B10, official community plan and zoning bylaw amendment in electoral area A, CAO.
This is the latest iteration on the Willow Beach development, Madam Chair. So right now we've got a 70 lot subdivision proposed along with some dedicated park areas and conservation areas. And it is sitting at second reading. We've had the public hearing. So we're recommending that both the OCP and the zoning bylaw get third reading. And the only caveat I'd mention on that is we're recommending a covenant that would allow us to undertake mosquito control measures on the Willow Beach property that goes along with that. And, that's the recommendation, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you very much. I'll go to Director Pendergraft.
Thank you. Through the chair, I will move the staff recommendation.
Okay, thank you. Looking for a seconder, Director Overick, thank you. Any questions or comments? This is a rural vote. Call the question. All in favor? Thank you. And is anybody opposed? Motion carries. We'll go to B11, official community plan and zoning bylaw amendment in electoral area H, CAO.
This is to, really the proposal is to unhook a parcel in area H. It's already separated by a road, which typically is a natural subdivision. But in this case, because the properties were hooked, what this amendment would do would be to create a 9.7 hectare parcel and a 5.4 hectare parcel. And we're recommending that be given first and second reading and sent to public hearing, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you very much. I'll go to Director Bob Coyne.
I'd like to make the administrative recommendation, please.
Thank you. Seconded by Director Bush. Are there any questions or concerns with this one? Okay, this is a rural vote. Call the question. All in favor? Thank you. Hands can come down. Anybody opposed? That motion carries. We'll go to B12, zoning bylaw amendment, electoral area F, 5863 Princeton Summerland Road. CAO.
This was subject to a public hearing earlier this morning, Madam Chair, so it's to reinstate campground as a permitted use in a resource area. And we're recommending this get third and adopted as amended. The amendment is with regards to an omission on the initial first and second reading of the bylaw. Didn't refer to Schedule 2, so this then corrects that.
Okay, thank you. I'll go to Director Gettens.
Thank you, Chair. I'll move the administrative recommendation, please.
Okay, thank you. Director Pendergraft is seconding that. Any questions or concerns? This is a roll vote requiring a 2/3 majority. I'll call the question. All in favor? Thank you. Hands can come down. Anybody opposed? That motion carries. Now we'll go to B13. This is where Director Obrick had pulled A.2.4 from the consent agenda. That's development variance permit application in Area D 136 Chadwell Place, CAO.
This is an application for a front yard variance, Madam Chair, from 7.5 meters to 3.9. And it's in the Vintage View subdivision, which has some development constraints. There's a no-build covenant on the rear yard of this property just because of the steepness of the grade. And we were recommending for approval on that, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you. I'll go to Director Obrick.
Thank you to the chair. And I just want to make a couple comments for the benefit of the board, and then I'll make a motion. In the materials, you'll see there's two feedbacks. One is indicating that all the properties on the street should get a similar variance. And the second feedback indicates that the people who purchased these properties should have understood that there was a 7.5 meter setback, and that their views and their parking and their enjoyment will be adversely affected. I think what's real important here is there's seven properties on the west side of the road that are all in the same situation. They all have the same concern with the covenant that does not permit development. And when you look at what's being proposed here, it's a nice home, and they want to have a pool and a patio area, and that's why they want the variance to move the house closer by about half the setback, 7.5 down to 3.9. There's no development there. So when staff say it's not going to have an impact, well, I guess there's no impact on what's normal, because what's normal is all the lots are empty. And, you know, there are people already, we have two feedbacks, one on one side of the street and one on the other side. People on the one side want the variance, people on the other side don't want it. So my motion is to refer this is alternative number 2, refer it to the Advisory Planning Commission. I think this one sets up well for community and public engagement for the benefit of the board, and for the benefit of staff, and for the greater benefit of the regional district generally. What I see potential here is we've got 7 lots that are going to have the same issue. I think Naramata had something like this happen, and if we're going to be dealing with this lot by lot, one by one, this might set up, for example, for an amendment where we deal with all 7 at one time and change the setback for all of them instead of a piece by piece basis, especially if as this area gets developed, you're going to have more people saying, I bought with an expectation of a view, I bought with an expectation of parking, I bought with an expectation of the rules being followed. And right now, this is a variance. This is we have authority to give the variance. But I think, you know, if we look backwards, if we had a time machine, this might have been best dealt with at the subdivision approval process level, because when you look at it, you know, if you're buying a lot for development for your dream home, as one of the feedback forms talk about, these are beautiful view lots. It's a beautiful neighborhood. People really care. And so my motion is to send it to the APC, but I mention all this background because it'll come back to the board one day. And when it does, hopefully we'll get the benefit of that process and maybe do a better, more efficient, more respect to the taxpayers' money. So we're not just repeating this process 7 times over again. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So Director Obrick has moved a referral out to the Area D APC. Is there a seconder? Director Knodel, thank you very much. Any questions or concerns? Okay, I'll call the question. All in favor? And anybody opposed? Okay, that motion carries. We're going to go to C, Community Services. C1, award a contract, North Naramata Fire Hall Detailed Design, CAO.
This is the contract for Landform Architecture Limited for up to $65,000 for that design on the North Naramata Fire Hall, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you. Looking for a mover. Director Bush is moving this, seconded by Director Pendergraft. Any questions or concerns? Okay, this is a weighted corporate vote. Call the question. All in favor? Hands can come down. Anybody opposed? Motion carries. We'll go to C2, Provincial License of Occupation, Apex Fire Hall, CAO.
We've identified a parcel for the Apex Fire Hall on Crown land, Madam Chair, and we need to get a license of occupation on it. So and we'll need a resolution from the board to do that. So we're recommending that.
Okay, thank you. I'll go to Director Monteith.
To the chair, I'd like to make the administrative recommendation, please.
Okay, thank you. Seconded by Director Bush. Any questions or concerns? This is a corporate vote. Call the question. All in favor? Thank you. Hands can come down. Anybody opposed? Motion carries. Down to D, Finance. D1, grant approval from the Vermilion Forks Reserve Fund, CAO.
Director Coyne wants to make a contribution to the Eastgate Fire Protection Society out of his Vermilion Forks Reserve Fund, Madam Chair, for $15,000 for their great work during the Garrison Lakes fire. And we would then also require a motion on the reserve expenditure bylaw to take the money out of that. We'll need 4 readings on that.
Okay, thank you. I'll go to Director Bob Coyne. Oh, we can't hear you, Director Coyne.
Yes, I'd like to make the administrative recommendation, please.
Okay, thank you. Seconded by Director Pendergraft. This is a weighted corporate vote with a 2/3 majority required. Were there any concerns or questions on this one? Okay, I'll call the question. All in favor? Thank you. Hands can come down. Anybody opposed? That motion carries. Down to D2, permissive tax exemptions for properties within the city of Penticton, CAO.
We have a lease on a property adjacent to 101 Martin Street, Madam Chair, where we have our emergency operations center, and just a new lease now on 184 Main Street, right across from City Hall, that we're using to extend our corporate office. And those are eligible for a permissive tax exemption. So we're suggesting that the board make a petition to the City of Penticton to permit us to apply for that tax exemption.
Okay, thank you. Looking for a mover on this. Director Knodel, seconded by Director Bush. Are there any questions or comments? Okay, this is a corporate vote. I'll call the question. All in favor? Anybody opposed? That motion carries. We'll go to D3, Reserve Expenditure Bylaw and Budget Amendment, Oliver Landfill Organics Facility, CAO.
So we've discussed this at committee, and this is the one where we want to change the methodology for the treatment of organics at the Oliver landfill, going from windrow to a more intrusive type of treatment. And we need additional money for that, Madam Chair. So That's an additional $600,000 from the Oliver Landfill Capital Reserve. So we're recommending that this be given first, second, third, and adoption. And then we amend the budget on that as well.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to go to Directors Knodel and Johansson, looking for a motion here. Moved by Director Knodel and seconded by Director Johansson. Are there any questions on this one? This is a weighted corporate vote requiring a 2/3 majority. I'll call the question. All in favor? Thank you. Hands can come down. Anybody opposed? That motion carries. We're going to go down to E, Legislative Services, E1, Electoral Area G, Cemetery Operations Contribution Service, CAO.
This is to establish a service for Area G for their contributions to cemeteries within that electoral area, Madam Chair. So we need first, second, third on this bylaw, and then we'll forward it to Municipal Affairs. And because it's the creation of a service, we need to go out to the public on that. And we're recommending the alternate approval process with a deadline of December 6th for objections to that. And then it's also the approval of the electoral response form and sets the number of electors eligible to vote and the number of objections that we would need in order to defeat the bylaw.
Okay, so this can all be moved in one. I'll go to Director Roberts.
I'll move it, and I'd like to speak to it later.
Okay, is there a seconder? Director Pendergraft is seconding it. I'll go back to Director Roberts. Go ahead, please.
I thank you to the chair. Yeah, this brought out when I was looking at our cemetery that we have a relationship with Karamias, but at the same time, through my contingencies fund, I'm supporting a volunteer group that works and runs the Headley Cemetery. And as they were coming up for new time to be certified, I wanted to make sure that everything was above board and transparent. And I was tied to, or am tied to, an SLP, which strangely enough connects me with Area H and Area A, and I wasn't able to separate myself from that to create something different within the SLP process. So this is what initiated this back in 2019, the discussions, and looking to move forward so that we can have clarity, we can have some working towards parity and fees and funding between the two cemeteries that we have, and also try to mitigate, which does happen in a lot of rural communities if you don't set things in place, what they call cemetery shopping. So trying to have true interment costs and things so that you don't have people coming in and just buying up plots in some of the rural cemeteries. So that was the thought process behind that, and the desire to have the money rather than coming through my contingency funds as it has for the Headley Cemetery, but that it would be tied within a service. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Director Roberts. Any questions or concerns, directors? This is a corporate vote. Okay, we'll call the question. All in favor? Thank you. Hands can come down. Anybody opposed? That motion carries. That takes us down to F, CAO reports. Verbal update. CAO?
No verbal update, Madam Chair, but I do have one report in there on the municipal and regional district tax.
Okay, go ahead,
I'll
please.
just do that. So the province created this tax capability back in 1987 and authorized up to 2% of really the cost of beds in hospitality industry establishments in an area. So the city of Penticton is the recipient of one of those. It requires a renewal every 5 years. And then recently the province did enable an additional tax up to 3% on that. So instead of the 2%, you can now apply for a 3% bed tax. and the city is interested in going through that process now. So in order to do that, because they are a broader area than just the city of Penticton, they have asked for regional district support, and we're recommending that we do give that support, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you. So directors, in your package, you can see the recommended motion under F2. Is anyone willing to move this? Director Pendergraft is moving it, and seconded by Director Roberts. Thank you very much. Any questions or concerns? Director Holmes, go ahead, please.
Yeah, just a question out of curiosity. Do you know if the tax applies? Does anybody know, I guess, if the tax applies to short-term rentals, Airbnbs, or not?
It does.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions? This is a corporate vote. Call the question. All in favor? Thank you. Hands can come down. And anybody opposed? Okay, that motion carries. We'll go down to G, other business. G1, Chair's report. Got a few things here. So, of course, we've made it through another UBCM. Not as exciting as it used to be in person. And I think some of the numbers are fading from what I noticed in participation when it came to voting on resolutions and other things. There seem to be less numbers. So hopeful that next September we certainly are back in person, and that should generate a lot more interest. We did have some minister meetings. We had our meeting. We joined in with Karameas, so Mayor Bauer can certainly speak to that, with Flinroe and Orphan Dykes flood mitigation. We did speak with Ministry of Environment on our landfill operations, so gave them an update on that. We're still waiting for a response from the ALC on the land that we acquired to be used for composting. We had a meeting with Municipal Affairs, which on her horizontal management, and I had Director Roberts take the lead on that. So if he, when we get to a director's update, if he wants to give an update, that would be appreciated. Resolutions were 6 hours this time instead of 2 3-hour sessions. Wow, I was waiting to present all of ours, and the first 3 hours we didn't even get to NR 11, number 11 of ours. So on day 2 we only got to present on 2 of our resolutions. NR 11 is the 911 drop calls, which was endorsed, and NR 19 on the 5.25% administrative fee that the province charges for tax collection, and that was endorsed as well. So the rest of ours moved forward in a block to the UBCM executive. I'm hoping that everyone is paying attention to their emails, but you should have just received an email through Silga with this attachment, which is our new Silga speaker series for this fall winter. So it is free, there is no cost, but you do need to email in to Allison to register and be given access to the speaker series. And so that information is on the sheet. The first one is October 20th. That's with Christina Benty. Many of you have heard from her before. She'll be speaking on asset management. November 24th should be really interesting. We have Dan George speaking to the board of 4 directions. He will discuss how strategic communications will lead to meaningful engagement involving balanced dialogue that maximizes opportunities for all parties with local governments and First Nation governments. So hopefully you can tune into that one. That's sponsored by TELUS. And then December 8th, we've got Minister Conroy from Flinroe, who will be speaking with us, giving an update, and then the floor will be open for questions that you can ask of Minister Conroy. So please have a look at that, and make sure you send your email to your Silga to let Allison know if you would like to participate. You don't have to do them all. You can just get signed up and attend any of them that you're available to do so. Okay, that takes us to G2, board representations. Number 1, Director McCourthoff, anything with developing sustainable rural practice communities?
No meetings. Nothing. We haven't had anything.
Okay, thank you very much. Nothing exciting with MFA and MIA other than we did our standard meeting at UBCM, which is really just their AGM. We vote in their board of directors and their minutes and financials. Riveting stuff. OBWB, back to Director McCordoff or Holmes or Knodel, if anyone has an update from OBWB.
Thank you. We had our AGM on September the 10th, and the presentation of the updated report called Waves of Change. It should have been sent to all of you. If not, please go on the OBWB website and have a look at it. It's pretty amazing after 50 years, 51 years, how much the Okanagan Basin Water Board has done in this area in the South Okanagan, all the way up to Vernon. And you will find it very interesting, and it's well presented with lots of pictures and that kind of thing, which is good. Two other things. We had the Make Water Work award given out, and that is for the community who gets the most pledges based on a per capita. So it's not just so Summerland actually got the most pledges, but because it was based on per capita, they didn't win the award, but Peachland did. So they were very happy to win that again. However, a Summerland resident got the grand prize of $750 and I'm not sure who it is, and I don't remember her name, but with WaterWise. So she can get appropriate plants or do some landscaping and enjoy that money that's given out. Her name was drawn. And it was suggested that people should consider, based on the fact that we haven't had a lot of rain and we have had a severe year with droughts and wildfires and so on, take the fall and the winter and plan your landscaping around the principles of Make Water Work and WaterWise, and see what you can come up with. You probably save a lot of water. So water is the huge issue, of course, which is what we've spoken of oftentimes today. So thank you. Have a look at the Waves of Change. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Director Gettens, Okanagan Film Commission.
Thank you, Chair. I have an update, but I just had to, I want to just acknowledge that one of our members of the Okanagan Film Commission, who was a councillor representing North Okanagan, Delvere Nahal, passed away. She had been fighting cancer for about 10 years, and yeah, she's going to be missed. She was a really great energy, and she was very focused on rising people up and being there for young people and stuff. So we will definitely miss her. So I just wanted to acknowledge her passing, because it was, I know we all thought she was on the way to getting better. So it was a bit of a surprise. And then as far as the commission goes, things are still quite busy. We actually just had to postpone our meeting from this year because there are a few people sick. So I will, not from this year, this month. So I will get back to you next month with a better update.
Okay, thank you, Director Gittens. Yes, very sad news about Delvere. She was also several years ago a member of the Okanagan Regional Library Board and was as active as she could be there, but did have to step back. That takes us to ORL. Director Monteith, I think you guys had a meeting recently.
To the chair, I asked Director Oberg if he could attend that one.
Oh, okay, Director Oberg, go ahead, please.
Yes, and thank you. And Director Monteith did ask me, and I totally forgot and didn't attend. So I don't know where I was supposed to go or when or how, so that's on me, and my apologies. I would have enjoyed going. I'm so sorry, Director Monteith.
Okay, no problem. Thank you for that. We're going to go to Director Bush. SIR, anything there?
No, I do have a meeting next Friday, though.
Okay, thank you. Director Knodel, anything with Simia?
All quiet on that front.
Okay, thank you. Back to Director Bush, Starling Control.
No meetings.
Okay, Director Pendergraft, anything with Fire Chief Liaison Committee?
Nothing to report there yet.
Okay, thank you. Indigenous Joint Council, yesterday, CIO Newell and I were invited to a meeting from Chief Gabriel, including Mayor Vasilaki and a few of his staff members. And we know that PIB is interested in updating and hopefully renewing a previous channel maintenance agreement that the board had put in place, I think in 2015, something like that. It was a 3-year agreement that is expired. So they're going to be working on that, or they have done some work on that. We will see that come to us in the hopefully near future and see how the board feels about re-engaging with channel maintenance. And is there anything else out of that, CIO?
No.
No, that was it. So we'll see that agreement when it comes forward. And last on here is Director Sentis. Anything with the Regional Hospital District?
No, not really, Madam Chair, but I will say I had the opportunity to lobby once again to have Susan Brown, the CEO of IHA, come and speak to us herself. And I was informed that she feels her time is best advantaged by staying in Kelowna and directing others to speak on her behalf. So I was disappointed with that. However, we will look forward to having her designate, her CFO, Sylvia Weir. I believe she's scheduled now for our regular OSHR meeting the end of October. So thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Director Sentis. Next up is G3, Director's Motions. Did anybody have a notice of motion to present today? Director Gettens, go ahead, please.
Thank you, Chair. Back in July, we moved that the current practice of electronic board meetings will continue into the implementation of Step 4, the BC Restart Plan. And then, of course, as we all know, that date, that September 7th date, has come and gone. And I don't believe there's another Step 4 date declared or that we're aiming for. So this has put us in a position where this board is unable to accommodate those who want to meet in person due to a board resolution during the same time that the PHO states that indoor organized seated gatherings can have a capacity of 50 people or 50% capacity, whichever is greater. So because we're approaching 18 months of meeting virtually, it's been fine, and I know it's been a lot of work for staff to do that, and I'm definitely appreciative of that. I do think we do better when we meet in person with staff and the taxpayers. So I'd like to be able to move forward with the implementation of some kind of hybrid meeting model where those directors, staff, and citizens who want to meet in person are able to meet, while we continue to accommodate those directors, staff, and citizens who prefer to meet electronically. So my notice of motion is to have staff develop an interim solution that will accommodate both in-person and electronic attendance to RDOS board meetings by the public, staff, and directors while abiding current BC public health orders.
Okay, thank you. Have you forwarded that by email, Director Gettens, at all?
No, I haven't. Sorry, it just kind of came up this morning when we were talking about the APC and the struggling with meetings and everything like that. So, no, I didn't, but I'm happy to.
Yeah, if you could.
Shall I read it again?
If you could send it into Ms. Malden and CC me would be helpful. Is there not a new date in October for review of whether Step 4 will proceed that the province set? Thought I heard something about an October target date. Do you know?
I haven't seen a specific date,
okay,
Madam Chair. I'm sure they'll just be watching the numbers and they'll be flexible. I could say that we do have a series of meetings in November that are planned to be in person at the lakeside, similar to what we did last year as far as our legislative workshop inaugural meeting, kicking off the budget, strategic planning. So there will be a number of opportunities in November for sure, but in a different location.
Okay. And just to clarify, I know we worked on revamping the boardroom, so when you folks see it next, it's going to look different, a little bit fresher. It's got some fresh paint, but well, and reconfigured a bit. But right now we can accommodate some directors, correct? Is it?
Yeah, we have a room capacity.
We have up to 12, I think we can accommodate. So if directors are interested in attending in person, I think it would be good if you could just reach out. I think some directors are more comfortable staying at home right now due to the possibility of catching COVID. So there's definitely space here in the boardroom if you're interested in coming and meeting in person. So Director Gettens, if you can send in your notice of motion, please. And if anyone's interested for the October, I think it's 8th meeting, and please reach out because there is space in the boardroom. Okay, thank you, Director Gettens. Anybody else with a notice of motion? Okay, I'm not seeing anybody. That takes us to G4, which is board members' verbal updates. Did anybody have an update they'd like to provide? Director Roberts, go ahead, please.
Thank you to the chair. I'd like to thank Chair Kazakovich and CAO Newell who invited me to the Municipal Affairs meeting and for the UBCM. I think it was productive. It was very interesting that the deputy that was there and the amount of staff, so it was hopeful. Again, it was a time for me to be able to articulate, which many of us, especially in electoral areas, find frustrating, and as the RDOS does, with dealing with multiple ministries with joint jurisdiction. And I was able to highlight a couple particular issues where inactivity or inaction of the jurisdiction's ministry had led to vigilantism, which eventually put the community at risk, and also brought up where, you know, you'll have one ministry saving money by maybe not looking after the road allowances as well as they could, and in the long term costing us a lot more money in firefighting. So again, trying to find clarity moving forward in the horizontal management. So I was really happy for that. I also know that Director Bauer has just had to go out in a meeting, and to quickly touch base on the discussions that we had around orphan dikes. And again, I have a challenge with the orphan dikes when most of them, I believe, are the province's jurisdiction and owned. And we touch base on the challenges that we have where you have an area like Area G or Area H, which we have don't have the tax base to be able to manage dikes, but the effect or negative effect of a breach would affect our neighboring municipalities, and we have no means of dealing with that. So I believe we really got our point across, but I'm hoping that it takes root, but I'm not holding my breath. But anyways, as we move forward, thank you again for that opportunity.
Great, thank you very much, Director Roberts, and well done. Director Roberts represented us very well in that discussion on horizontal management. So thank you for that. Director Gettens, did I see your hand up for an update? No? Okay. Yeah. Anybody else have an update? Director Bob Coyne, go ahead, please.
Yeah, so, excuse me, I'd like to thank the board for supporting that motion to give the Eastgate Fire Department the $15,000. The Eastgate Fire Department is a very small community, and they formed their society in like 1984, and they've been practicing ever since then as total volunteer group, with the dreaded fear that this year would come, and it did. And they were prepared, and out of their little community, they spent $33,000 of their community fire department's reserve fund to protect their community before BC Wildfire got there. I have no idea what it cost once BC Wildfire showed up on scene, but it was almost a week, and the community spent all their money, and that's where that money is going, is to refill their part of their coffers. They got some really good donations from the community. So the $15,000 will bring them back up into good standing. So anyways, it's a shout out to them for congratulations on a job well done, but also thank you to the board for supporting them. That's it.
Okay, great. Thank you very much for that, Director Bob Coyne. I'll go to Director Monteith. Go ahead, please.
To the chair, I just want to share some exciting updates about Sickle Point. So the current landowner has been working very closely with PIB, and PIB got a grant, and they've had a crew out there working for the last week, and they'll be there for another week. They've currently removed 560 kilograms, which is 1,124 pounds of invasive species from that property alone. And everything, they shared quite an extensive report on it, and the good work and the engagement, not only with the property owner, with PIB, but also the community. So it's a very big win, and I'm very proud to be a part of that process. So yeah, just want to share.
Wonderful, that's excellent news. Looking forward to more updates on Sickle Point, and would be great if we got some pictures of the progress along the way if possible.
Can I share the document with you guys? Because it's amazing, and the details and the invasive species, and they have photographs. Like it's an amazing process to see how detailed they are and how willing they are to share and go through the process and teach us about bringing back that native plant to the riparian areas. So it's really important, and I'm proud.
Great. So will you send that out via email? Okay, wonderful. Thank you, Director Monteith. Director Gettens, did I see your hand this time?
I'm so sorry. I'm just so like, yay for doing the money for the firefighters and then Sickle Point. I'm just getting thumbs up. Sorry.
Oh, okay, no problem. Thank you. Anybody else with an update from their community? Okay, I'm not seeing anyone further. Our next meeting, I said October 8th, that's wrong, it's October 7th, I'm pretty sure. That would be the Thursday. So we will get together again on October 7th. Please reach out if you're interested in joining in the boardroom so we can see if we can accommodate everybody that's interested in coming in. And seeing nothing else then, I'm looking for a motion to adjourn. Director Robinson and Director Bush. Call the question, all in favor? Thank you. Anybody opposed to adjourning? No one's opposed. That carries. Thank you. Everyone have a good evening. Bye for now.